Gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
One more. Oh, there was one more.
Oh, yeah.
They trimmed it.
They trimmed it. Oh,
bastards!
well,
bastards.
Because on this day
in 1979, Donna Summer scored her third #1 U.S. single with "Bad Girls." The album of the same name started a 5-week run at #1. The inspiration for her to write that song came after one of her assistants was offended by a police officer who thought she was a prostitute. And she said, "No, I'm Donna Summer's assistant.
Please.
Why would you think I was a prostitute?"
LaDonna Adrian Gaines, or Donna Summer. The queen of the disco, Gina. The first lady of love, Donna Summer.
I thought Gloria Gaynor was the queen of the discos. Because that was pounded into my head when I saw her perform.
She gained
I'm going to
prominence
Google
during
Queen
the
of the Disco
era
and see what comes
and
up.
became known as the Queen of the Disco. She died of lung cancer at an early age. She was only 63.
I Googled Queen of the Disco, and Donna Summer is the first thing that comes up.
Not Gloria Gaynor?
Miss Gloria Gaynor was known as, I don't think it wasn't the Queen of the Disco. It was.
Look, I saw Gloria Gaynor perform, and her hype man said 25 times, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of the Disco is Miss Gloria Gaynor."
Well, I think they need to have a fight then. They need to fight it out. There can only be one Queen of the Disco.
That's what I think.
Well,
two queens.
I'm willing to give it to Donna Summer.
Well, that's good.
I just think you need to check with Gloria Gaynor's hype man first. Is all
I'm
saying.
looking
It's
at
not
Gloria
This is
Gaynor's.
not up to me.
I'm looking at Gloria Gaynor's Wikipedia page. So I looked at Donna Summer's Wikipedia page, and in the first line it says Donna Summer, known as Queen of the Disco. I'm looking at Gloria Gaynor's Wikipedia page. I love the nightlife, of course.
Of course.
But it does not say she was the Queen of the Disco.
I think what I'm getting from this is Gloria Gaynor had a really good hype man because he got Carrie to believe.
Listen, what I'm getting from this is that maybe you can't trust Wikipedia. Maybe don't go to Wikipedia for all knowledge. I mean, after all, people like me can go in and change it.
Well, I could either do that or I could trust your memory of the hype man saying she. I don't distrust your memory. I distrust the hype man. That's
distrust the hype man. My memory is solid on this one because it was killing me. It was making me laugh so much that I just started shouting it.
I'm just curious
for
as
years.
to why you went to a Gloria Gaynor show.
It's another story. Another story.
Pretty odd.
For another time?
I'll just say that she opened for somebody that I went to see.
So I was listening to the Donna Summer song there, and I remember, you were supposed to hate disco. You were just supposed to hate disco. And then I got a job, and I hated disco because, well, the cool people
you always
said,
do what you're told?
the cool people said hate disco, and so I hated disco without really listening to any of it. I just hated it. Rick Dees, was it Rick Dees? No.
Disco
the guy
Duck?
in Chicago. The guy in Chicago. Maybe it was Rick Dees.
Steve Dahl?
Steve Dahl, burned all the disco albums at in the stadium, and so I was supposed to hate disco, and then I got a job in a bar where my part of my job was to play music for the dancing, and it was disco music because that's what people wanted to dance to. And I went, well, wait a minute. And I hear songs like "Bad Girls," Donna Summer, and I go, well, that's pretty good. I mean, it's beautifully produced. She's got a great voice. The backup singers, they do that little call and response stuff. I mean, it's good stuff. Why am I supposed to hate this?
You mean you made up your own mind about?
Yeah, I did. And I made up my own mind about who the Queen of the Disco really was. And I said, it's got to be Donna Summer.
I'm looking. Here we go. Okay. You remember this one, Bill? We used to own a hard
Oh.
copy of this record.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to it. It might be out in my garage. I don't recall.
Yeah.
But, when disco was burning up the charts,
When disco
somebody
was burning,
had a great idea. Mm-hmm. They said, "Hey, Ethel Merman, you sing.
right.
People love disco. Maybe you should take some of your great classic hits
Disco them up.
and disco them."
was this a real thing?
Yes. Oh,
So
yeah.
you got the Ethel Merman disco album.
And it's pretty terrible.
It's really terrible. Let me cue into it here. Here we go.
She was a willing participant in this?
Yeah.
Well, she's just, and she's just singing it the way she always sang it.
Yeah.
But it goes with disco, so.
Feeling. Ow. They just put a disco track behind her.
Yeah, everything's coming up roses.
There's no business. See, it's the same track every time. This is terrible.
Ethel Merman, Queen of the Disco.
As a matter of fact, I don't even know if she re-sang these songs. I think they just took her vocal.
You think they just mixed it?
Yeah.
Mean of roses. If it ain't a big wedding, I don't want to get married.
The Queen of the Discos, Miss Ethel Merman.
Yeah.
Katie, I've never heard of any of this, have you?
Oh, come on.
I have.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You've heard of
You
Ethel
forget my
Merman?
parents are older than you.
Oh, that's right.
What?
What?
Now I'm bugged about Gloria Gaynor.
Why are you bugged about it?
I don't know.
Why? Don't care, Bill. It's fun to not care. Try it. What are you hanging on there? What is?
I could say that to you. What am I? There's a little door here that will
Oh.
close over this, and I hang on it. Why?
That's his crash bar.
And it's actually not really good for it because eventually I'm just going to weight it down and the door will rip off because it's one of those IKEA pieces of.
It's a Hergensfergen.
Yeah, it's the Hunchenfergenhutchen. Yeah. And I put it together.
Myself.
It was fun.
You can watch Bill maybe ruin his desk at x96.com/live. It could happen at any moment.
You know, Gloria Gaynor got an honorary degree of music from Dowling College. They awarded her an honorary degree.
Wow.
Well, that's not something a hype man can say. Winner of an honorary degree,
That's not as exciting. you
Miss
know?
Gloria Gaynor.
I maintain somebody really needs to give me an honorary doctorate. I think I deserve an honorary doctorate.
Do you want it in a particular thing?
I don't care. No.
Just any?
Yeah, just an honorary You know how they do that? They do it with celebrities and other people. It's mainly as PR and for fundraising and that kind of thing. You know, well, if we give Harrison Ford an honorary doctorate and he comes and speaks at the commencement, that'll be a big deal for the school.
Yeah, but then you got to write a speech. Do you want to write a speech?
Well, I could write it myself, but if you're big enough, you just have somebody write it for you.
Tell you what, I'm going to prepare for you right now
Okay.
an honorary doctorate in disco.
I'm Dr. Disco. This is
Come on,
another
Bill,
one I
give your
played.
speech.
Went, this is good. This is a good song. Huh? Disco
He's got an
Inferno.
honorary doctorate. He is the doctor of disco. There you go.
You hit the post.
Oh, my. Well,
All right.
I guess we ought to get it on. Let's get it on. Shall we get it on? It's the Disco Radio from Hell show. Carrie, Bill, and Gina. We're here. We got the big disco ball spinning above us, and we'd like you to check in with us if you would. 877-602-9696. You check in with the Radio from Hell show. It lets us know that you're there and you're ready for a show. We like to hear from you. We want to know that you're okay. So just call us. It's a brief little thing you can do in the morning, 877-602-9696. And we will chat with you right after we come back from a break and officially begin the show.
All right, let's go. The 2020.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
Nope.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you.
I mean,
No?
that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. Patty don't start.
I know. No.
all right.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your
yeah.
kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for
Okay.
St.
All right,
Patrick's Day.
let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your
you
pockets be
and-
heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
Yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll
You-
be in
oh,
Las
yeah.
Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
oh my!
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized
I
that?
just realized
Oh
that.
no,
Oh, this is
Now
bad.
wait a minute.
that's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah,
Now,
this
wait.
is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
Yeah, it's
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me
Oh,
see.
You
this
shouldn't
is
leave
bad.
your
I'm
don't
gonna
leave your
be-
hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday, I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh
drunk.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What
Yeah,
an
no,
absolute mess!
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just,
Oh wow!
So
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and
Yeah.
use it.
kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah. No.
No? So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You take your cudgel.
I have one on my
I
desk.
know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the
And,
crowd.
and I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. If you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Because my defense, my I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. 6:21. Let's get this over with.
All right, we will, and then we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I think there's maybe one line available. Just call, check in, say, let us know how you're doing, what's going on with you today. Everything right with your world? Please let us know. 877-602-9696. Gina.
Brought to you by the Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market, now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, are recognized as an essential grocery service, economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
The moon, it's waning away. It's only 35.6% of full. The moon will set today at 3:28 p.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 14th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020, and this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson and Bill Allred and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. In the producer's booth on the other side of the glass where we can't see them, Skip and Miriam, I believe, are helping out today with the show. Good morning to you two as well. It's National Shark Awareness Day. So
I'm aware of sharks.
Be aware of the sharks around you.
Oh, yeah.
Just check the room. Make sure. Just be aware. It's National Nude Day and Pandemonium Day. National Pandemonium Day. It may not be National Nude Day for you, Gina, but for some people it's National Nude Day. And it's also, and I almost took the day off because of it, it's, of course, Bastille Day. It's the day that we stormed the walls of the castle and got out the guillotine and lopped off the heads of the king and queen.
Wait a minute. It's Dan, the lead singer of Bastille's birthday today.
Is it?
Do you think that has something to do with...
I would think so, probably.
Why the name of the band is Bastille?
Yeah, that's probably why he called the band Bastille, because he was
we
born
almost-
on Bastille Day.
We almost started the show with a little Bastille, but then we thought we'd have some fun, so we had a little fun.
You see, this is Gina's idea of fun, which goes to show you why she didn't ever date much. So Gina's idea of fun is, I know, let's play Donna Summer.
It was fun. You have to admit that was fun.
You know what would be fun?
See?
It's too
All
bad
right.
you and Chuck didn't get together back in the day.
Let's go to Brittany. Hi, Brittany.
Good morning, Brittany. Thanks for checking in with us.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
It's our
Thank
pleasure.
you.
What
Sounds
have you
like-
for us
sorry.
today, Brittany?
Well, it's my birthday, and a little fun fact is because it is Bastille Day, that's why I was named Brittany after the French island.
Yes, yes, the Brittany. Yeah, that's interesting. And
Yeah,
I
my
think it's
parents
great
found
that
it
you
out.
know. I think it's great that you know that. A lot of people don't know why they're named who they are named after.
I don't
so.
understand when people aren't curious about their own names or why they're named what they're named. I don't understand that.
I don't know. Me, it's easy. My first name, my legal first name is Ralph, and that's in honor of my grandfather, Ralph Hiram Wheelwright. And I think the William, my middle name is William, I think that came from a friend of my birth father's. His best friend was named Bill or William, so that's why.
All right, Brittany. Thank you.
Thanks for checking in.
Yeah.
See ya.
Let's see, real quickly here. Okay, yeah. Let's go to Killer. Killer.
Killer.
Good morning.
Morning.
So why did anybody ever name you Killer?
You know the story. We've been
I do.
over this.
I know.
Ran over a cat with a lawnmower when I was 7.
Yeah, you're a killer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you going today?
We're off to we're off to Logan. And we have a ambulance. I'm just passing an ambulance with his lights on.
You're passing the ambulance?
Yeah, aren't
I'm
ambulances
late.
supposed to pass you?
Yeah, I
He's
thought
late.
it was the
He
other
said
way
I'm
around.
late. He said I'm late.
I'm a little late today.
Okay.
So to hell with the ambulance.
All right, Killer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Killer. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Let's go to A. Arlo Gumby, everybody.
Wow.
No, not really.
Really?
Not really.
Hi, gang.
It is.
Yep, it
him.
is.
Wow.
It's been a long time since we've heard your voice, A. Arlo Gumby. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I was just on my way into work. I'm awfully late for work today, so I thought I'd celebrate that by checking in with you guys, see how everything's going.
You still working at the Farm Bureau there?
Pretty much, yeah.
A. Arlo Gumby.
I've moved up to head.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've moved up to head produce inspector here at the farm. So
That's great. Used to do a farm report for us at 6 o'clock
Absolutely.
every morning. I don't really remember much about what the farm report was, except that you did it.
yeah, I don't really remember much either.
As I recall, it was a genuine farm report. You went somewhere
Yes,
and
it was.
found a genuine farm report, and then you would read it, and you'd be like, I don't know what that means.
So how's your life?
Yeah, that was no real complaints. I mean, other than the obvious of what's going on, but things are pretty good.
Well, that's good. Where are you working, actually, really, if you don't mind saying?
I work for Cisco Interaround Foods.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're still out there. Glad you're still listening to the show occasionally, and I'm glad you are well. It's nice to hear from you. I think about you every once in a while, and now I know you're still there.
I'm here,
Good. All right.
lurking in the background as always.
All
Thank
right,
you,
good.
Gumby.
Thanks. We'll see you.
All right. Let's. Traffic, Gina.
We have an alert already, courtesy of a friend of the program who sent it in to 33986. Traffic alert, a whole case of cup of noodles is against the median wall northbound I-15 at milepost 347. Didn't see what flavor it was, but the label was red. I think that's beef.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
If
It's
memory
free.
serves, Cement Dave, that's a beef cup of noodles. So,
Free cup of noodle.
So there you go. Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
A quick text warning to Killer. I just got back from Logan. No one up there is wearing masks.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Just to be ready for the environment that you were about to enter. All right. Well, let's take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News, a Pinuendo. Full strength coming up after this. Also, Utah Word of the Day at 7 o'clock. Boners and all that stuff that you come to expect. We are broadcasting from our homes, x96.com/live. You can see us. If you go there, you can watch us, listen to us at the same time. I know, it's a fascinating concept, isn't it? All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. What's going on downtown?
Well, the farmers market on Saturdays, the downtown farmers market, they are open 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park. Now, they're doing things differently because of the coronavirus pandemic. They've spread out the booths, no dining areas, no food sampling, hand washing and hand sanitizing stations throughout the market, sterilization of high-touch surfaces every 30 minutes. But they are still doing wonderful local produce, meat, fruit, vegetables, other agricultural products, and some limited packaged goods. Now, masks are required for vendors and staff, and please wear a mask yourself when you go to the farmer's market. You can find out more about the farmer's market, the vendors that are available, and the hours and all of that sort of thing at slcfarmersmarket.org. They've done everything that they can to make it safe. The Downtown Farmers Market this Saturday at Pioneer Park.
Is what we've got here.
Oh,
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
and before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Uh-oh.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start
Jaundice,
to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say
cirrhosis.
that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention
don't-
to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that
Okay.
one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis
Well,
or Hep C. So they're both bad.
I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red. Is this,
uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mhm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again,
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
it's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there.
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of.
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. 6:35.
Thinking of doing an X poll a little bit later on in the show. Maybe you would want to be thinking about it now. There was a survey taken about what's the oldest family heirloom you have in your house. People say that a lot of people say that they have family heirlooms, things that have been passed down from generation to generation that are at least 50 years old, and many cases older, and they like knowing the stories behind the heirlooms that have been passed down. So coming up, we'll do an X poll. Let's see, about what time?
So right after we award the first round of the boners,
right?
So around 7:45.
Yeah. So just be thinking of that around 7:45. Some family heirloom that you've got in your house, and what it is, and what's the story.
I will show you.
Oh.
The only one that I can think of on x96.com/live, and I will show you that if I ever had children, here's what I would be passing down.
Oh, okay.
Coming up. All right.
So you better think long and hard then, because you don't have children.
Yeah.
Who you're going to leave that to.
I do need to figure that out and leave that information with Wade because, he
Or you just put a Post-it on the bottom of it. You go around that's what you're supposed to do.
That's
Put
legal.
Post-its
That's legal.
on things.
I know
that
that's
is
legal,
the legal
but
way, yeah.
Also, if I started doing that, wouldn't people start to be concerned about my welfare?
Yeah, probably.
Are you okay? Yeah. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just putting initials on. GB right here. This one goes,
thanks.
My Ethel Merman disco album goes to Gina Barber.
My wife is concerned about me writing I've been writing my obituary lines, for trying to come up with the most boring obituary ever. My wife's a little worried about it. She thinks
really.
She thinks you're keeping some information from her.
Well, she thinks I'm probably about to go.
Oh. All right. Let's get to some full-strength big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by...
It's Tuesday. That means it's Taco Tuesday at Diversion Eatery. Get $2 tacos with chicken, carne asada, carnitas, salmon. They have salmon, Carrie. You could get a salmon taco.
I've had a good salmon taco, yeah.
Portobello, all located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Sounds good.
Here's a story for you, Katie. You probably already know about this, but I'll bet you're excited. This October, Jason Voorhees comes home in a big way. Scream Factory officially announced an epic Blu-ray box set collecting every film in the Friday the 13th franchise from the 1980 original all the way through to the 2009 reboot. Set for release on October 13th, the 12-film, 16-disc collection will contain both new material and all the supplemental goodies from prior home entertainment releases. What's more, the set includes a 40-page collectible essay booklet. So that means you can get that and then pass it down from generation to generation as a family heirloom.
That term collectible, what that really means is collecting dust.
Yeah.
That's what it's good at.
Each film inside the slipcover packaging will receive a dedicated Blu-ray case featuring original theatrical artwork. A press release reads, noting that similarities to box sets for Halloween, The Omen, and The Fly, some films in the set will have reversible sleeves with alternative cover art, giving you the option to swap them around.
This is also fun.
Wow.
It's customizable.
Is that fun for you, Katie? You're not a particularly Friday the 13th fan?
No, Voorhees was not my favorite. But I mean that makes that stack sound like it's going to be like 4 feet tall with everything it's coming with.
Carrie Jackson, you're scaring me with the hockey mask.
That's not Carrie. That's Jason Voorhees who's taken over Carrie's place.
He doesn't talk.
No, it's Chainsaw Guy. I swear. I swear, it's Chainsaw. Hi, everybody. It's Chainsaw Guy.
I love that these things are just handy, Carrie. Just reach them. Oh, I have my hockey mask.
You're
right
in my
here.
basement. I've got all kinds of things handy here.
David Lee Roth says he doesn't know if Eddie Van Halen will ever tour again. Well, and if David Lee Roth doesn't know, who the hell does, really?
Because, really, they have daily phone calls, I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah.
For hours.
There have been a lot of rumors regarding Van Halen's, Eddie Van Halen's supposed worsening health, including a fall 2019 report from TMZ saying he's got throat cancer now. According to gossip site Story, Van Halen has been traveling between the U.S. and Germany for treatment for several years now. I'm betting that they don't go on tour ever again. Just kind of betting that. And here's information that we did not need. Kirk Hammett, Metallica, says that when he got the call, they said, we would like you to join Metallica. He was not there originally. He was sitting on the toilet.
Don't answer the phone on the toilet,
I was
Kurt.
sitting on the toilet. It was April 1st, April Fool's Day. I was sitting on the can, and I got a call from Mark Whitaker, the sound engineer for Metallica. And after I hung up, I was like, man, I can't believe I got that phone call. Was that an April Fool prank? A couple of days later, I got this tape from them. I already had the demo, and I already knew 2/3 of the songs on there. I know. It was exciting, but we didn't need to know that you were sitting on the can when you got the phone call. We just didn't need to know that.
Although, there's the what if he didn't take that call, and they called the next person down on the list because he was in the bathroom.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have this.
Nope.
So don't make these sweeping pronouncements, Gina, about not answering the phone when you're on the toilet. Check the caller ID, and if you see it's Metallica, answer.
Because that's what it says when they call.
Yeah,
It
Metallica.
just says Metallica.
Well, it says Metallica headquarters or HQ or something, or Metallica Cave or something. I don't know where they.
Surging coronavirus cases in California. As a matter of fact, California is now closing everything, shutting everything down, imposing a sweeping rollback of their reopening plans. 17 states have joined a legal effort to block a rule that revokes visas from foreign students taking virtual classes. A new week begins with a grim outlook. More than 100,000 new cases of coronavirus identified over the weekend. As Dr. Fauci becomes more vocal, Trump aides try to undercut him. Although Dr. Fauci was back at the White House yesterday, he'd been kind of cut out for a while. They'd been trying to undermine his reputation, and it wasn't taking.
No,
and so
people
they've
like
invited
Dr.
him.
Fauci.
They've invited him back to the White House. Dr. Fauci, who had not had any direct contact with the president in more than 5 weeks, even as a number of Americans with COVID-19 has risen sharply in the Southwest, slipped back into the West Wing to meet with Mark Meadows, the White House chief of staff, while his allies announced that what they called a mean-spirited and a misguided effort by the White House to smear Dr. Fauci.
And what they were trying to smear him with is, early on in this virus, we didn't know a lot about it, and some things were said trying to figure it out. Well, now we have more information, and we have refined our approach to it. He didn't lie.
But we still don't know. We don't know so many things about this virus. And so Governor Newsom in California said that I don't have any choice. I'm going to have to close all restaurants, all indoor restaurants, bars. I think he's still going to allow, if you're dining outside, you can still do that. But movie theaters had been opening, wineries, zoos, card rooms, bars, close. You've got to close them. And the governor said that in at least 30 of the hardest hit counties, businesses would be forced to close all indoor operations for fitness centers, churches, non-critical offices, hair salons, barbershops, everything. Close it down because California is averaging 8,000 new cases a day as of Sunday, more than double that it was a month ago. The state has seen 331,626 cases, the second highest tally in the nation, more than 7,000 deaths, according to statistics. Here in Utah, the most recent death was a female between the ages of 25 and 50 or 44 from Weber County. She was in a long-term care facility. 546 new cases reported yesterday, and that one death. There have been now 30,030 positive cases in Utah. The rolling 7-day average for positive cases, or positive tests rather, is 656 per day. The average is 10.1% over the last 7 days. This is a bizarre story. North Ogden, 71-year-old man was found dead in a parking lot on Sunday while waiting for a COVID-19 test at the Intermountain Healthcare Clinic in North Ogden. Officials with Intermountain said a driver and caretaker from a nursing facility brought the patient to the testing site, but by the time they arrived to the front of the line, they found that the patient was dead in the car. When the nursing facility's van reached the drive-through testing tent, their patient was unresponsive, cold to the touch, and likely deceased. A statement from Intermountain read, the testing site caregivers immediately called 911, but EMS workers couldn't revive the individual. Caregivers acted quickly and followed correct procedure. The testing center was fully staffed, and there were lower testing volumes. The name of the patient hasn't been publicly released. Erin Goff, spokesperson for Intermountain Healthcare, said that she was unsure how long the patient had been waiting for a test in the van, but there were huge lines stretching out of the parking lot and down the street. What a weird thing to have happen.
Yeah.
So there's a petition going around, and thousands of Utahns have signed it, a petition demanding that masks be made a choice in Utah schools.
No.
Following the governor's mandate stating face covers would be required in all
Your choice
K-12
is you can
schools.
stay home. If you really don't want to wear a mask, you can stay home. There's
In
your
the-
choice. You don't
in
need
the
a
last-
petition for that.
In the past 2 days, 3,420 signatures, Brittany Lindsay said as she read the current numbers on an online petition she created. Watching the signatures stack up, Brittany feels empowered and supported. But I got an email from Cindy Mitchell, who works as a librarian in a school, public school. And she has a petition, change.org, to make mandatory mask wearing in Utah schools. She sent me a link to that petition. There were only 17 people who had signed it. She said, let's get to 100. This other person saying, let's get rid of masks or make them choice, it's got 3,000 signatures.
Well, let's get that link. And
the governor's already mandated it, so...
Well, it can't hurt to sign a petition to say we support Governor Herbert in that.
Sure.
If you go to change.org, and I'll tweet a link to it.
I was going to say tweet it. I'll reshare on all of our stuff, too.
Okay.
Okay. I'll just send you the link, okay, Katie? And you can put it on all of our social media
But
sites.
Brittany Lindsay, you do have a choice to not wear a mask. You can not wear a mask at home all you like. You can keep your kids home, and they can not. If you feel strongly about this, you don't have to have a petition to wear no mask at school. Stay home. That's
Who's with me?
Choice.
Who's with me? President Trump has called many things hoaxes over the years. The investigation into his 2016 campaign dealings with Russia, his impeachment, global warming, all hoaxes. And on Monday, he called into question the existence of the epidemic that's killed 135,000 Americans. Yesterday, he did this.
Yeah.
During a flurry of activity on his Twitter account, Trump retweeted a message from game show host Chuck Woolery that claimed everyone is lying about the coronavirus as part of a plot to sabotage the economy and hurt Trump's re-election campaign.
That's
Quote,
the plot. That's the plot. Okay.
The most dangerous lies are the ones about COVID-19, wrote this horrible 80-year-old man who used to be a game show host, Chuck Woolery, in a message promoted by Trump. Everyone is lying. The CDC, the media, the Democrats, our doctors, not all, but most of what we are told to trust. I think it's all about the election and keeping the economy from coming back, which is about the election, and I'm sick of it.
So that was the plan, was to have all these people lose their jobs, have all of those people die, and the economy to crash just to make sure that Trump doesn't get reelected. That's what he's saying.
That makes more sense than there's just this disease that's being spread around, and that makes more sense.
That makes more sense than the actual epidemiology of an infectious airborne disease. Okay.
Well, here's something that makes a lot of sense. 2020 seems to be the year of the tiger, of course. First it was Netflix's Tiger King, a smash hit, and now tiger-themed Twinkies. Now, these are not Tiger Tails.
No, that's different.
And I wish they were Tiger Tails, because I love the Tiger Tails.
I miss the Tiger Tails.
But Tiger Tail Twinkies are hitting shelves at Walmart stores across the U.S. next week. They feature the famous golden sponge cake filled with a fluffy orange cream and wrapped in tiger-striped packaging. The new Twinkies are a little different from the original Tiger Tails. The discounted snack was discontinued snack rather, remember this? Was filled with coconut cream, and then it had raspberry swirls around the sponge cake.
And flakes of coconut.
It was so good.
They were yummy.
A box of 10 Tiger Tail Twinkies will cost you $2.86, and that's a bargain. They will be available for only a limited time, and they're at Walmart.
So a box of them for less than $3.
Yeah.
How is that food? Is that food?
I don't know. I don't think
so. That sounds more like engineering to me.
That's not food. No. Nobody. I don't want it if it's food.
Yeah,
it's a
Twinkie the
Twinkie.
Kid, that's topical.
All right.
Sports weather traffic.
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job gets you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo! Well, so all the NBA's in Orlando in the bubble. Now the bubble is you and maybe your family and coaches and that kind of thing, and you're supposed to stay in the bubble. Stay in the bubble.
Yep.
Don't leave the bubble. Well, the Sacramento Kings, Richaun Holmes, violated the NBA bubble quarantine to pick up some food delivery because apparently they're hating the food that they're being served in the bubble. So he ordered, Grubhub or something and went out to meet him, and now he has to quarantine for another week because I hope whatever he got was worth having another week of quarantine because the food was so terrible.
Well, would you want to eat 3 meals of Disney food a day? I don't think so.
Churros? Bring me churros.
Well, I mean, if the entire park was up and operating the way it should be, Disney World actually has quite a few good choices. You have to go to Epcot, though.
But yeah, you could eat at all different parts of the world at Epcot.
Yeah.
All kinds of different food there. Not quite as hot today. 89 for a hot. That's going to feel very cool and nice today, 89. We will be back up near 100 by Friday and Saturday, so enjoy that today. But enjoy it without driving very much if you can help it, because we do have bad air quality. We've had this stagnant hot air for days and days and days, and I don't see any change coming anytime soon with it. So if you want more tips on how you can help with the air, you can go to x96.com. We have our You Care campaign that gives you tips, not just on driving less, but other things that you might not have thought of that you can do that will impact the amount of ozone we have in our air. Traffic, friends of the program have been helping us out today with traffic. Thank you for that. We've got traffic alert at the top of Point of the Mountain. There's a disabled vehicle in the HOV lane on I-15 northbound. Another friend of the program says accident on 12th Street, approximately 20th West. Both directions are stopped there. Those are all coming in via text at 33986. And that's it. The only traffic alert I have is from you folks. So send it to me, please. Text it 33986 and I will pass it along to our friends of the program. It's brought to you by Cash for Clunkers back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you an additional $3,500 in trade value for your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
Corey in the chat room has an excellent point about Epcot. He says, aren't all the Epcot countries banning Americans right now? He's right.
No,
We
that's
couldn't-
true.
We can't go.
Yeah, they may be open, but you can't go because you're in America. I don't know where I read on Twitter somewhere that said, the U.S. passport right now is worthless.
Yeah, where can you go?
You can't. You can't even go to Canada.
Well, that's why I don't
can't-
want to go anywhere. So, that's all right.
This is 2020. All right. Let's see. We are broadcasting live from our homes. You can watch us at x96.com/live. We do have Utah Word coming up. Before that, we should remind people about the Radio from Hell Film Festival because, Americans as a whole are loath to give their opinion about anything. You gotta
keep quiet.
You just gotta beg them. We're just such a quiet, people. We don't want to share our opinions with
Right.
anyone. And so I know it's going to be tough when I ask you to go to x96.com, watch the films in the Radio from Hell Film Festival, and I'm begging you. I know this is out of your nature. I'm begging you. Give us your opinion on these films. Vote on these films.
There's
and pick a
money
winner.
on the line. Someone could win a cash prize.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what are the filmmakers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the. So again, I know Americans by nature are just shy and don't want to tell
Yeah.
anyone what they're feeling for real. So this is your opportunity to quietly, in the privacy of your own home, share your opinion with someone else. Anonymously. I know that's a tough thing for Americans to grasp. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Utah Word of the Day coming up. Stand by for that. Brooklinen.com is the website. I love my Brooklinen sheets. Had a great night of sleep last night in the Brooklinen sheets. And then woke up this morning, took a shower, and dried off with my Brooklinen towels. Yeah, you know all about the sheets. I've been telling you about that for a year. But the towels are also amazing. So you've got many different colors and types to choose from. You can pick it as fluffy or as flat as you'd like. I love these towels so much. Sometimes I just stay in my towel until I'm ready to shower again. Like you can see me at x96.com/live, but you can't see me from the waist down. That's all I'm saying. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra soft towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these. I want you to.
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
and herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's the
it
thing.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh, my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
they kept the cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
What it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
It is 7:02 right now. We are broadcasting live from our homes, and that will be that way until further notice.
Hello.
You can watch us at x96.com/live. I keep repeating that because I've talked to so many people who said, wow, that must be kind of scary going in and hanging out in the studio. I'm like, no. We're in our homes. And they said, well, I can't tell the difference. And I'm like, well, I need to remind people then.
Don't forget, coming up, we're going to do an X poll.
Yes.
After we award the round one boner candidate. And it's family heirlooms. It's a surprising number of people. Well, maybe it's not that surprising, but a lot of people say that they have some object in their home that's been passed down, that's 50 years old or even older, been passed down, handed down from generation to generation, and they love telling. It's kind of a way to tell a family story. And so what have you got? Have you got family heirlooms and things like that?
I saw that our attorney posted his family heirloom.
Yeah.
It's a Ohio State football team championship T-shirt that generation after generation it's passed and will continue to pass.
Still in a package, isn't it? It's still in a package. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Do not remove it from the package.
Yeah. So So anyway, be thinking about that. Now this Utah word of the day here.
Yes.
Yes?
I had to do considerable research for this.
Did you now?
Yes. Yes, I did. The facts that you are going to hear, the terminology you're going to hear in this Utah Word of the Day, these are all things that actually exist. I didn't just make them up. I sat and I did my research, and it doesn't make it any better. I'm just saying I expended a fair amount of energy for very little result here.
So are you asking people to listen, if not for amusement, just
Yeah.
because you put the work in?
Yeah.
Might I also suggest that you listen for screw-ups, because some of these lines are kind of tongue twisters.
They are. They're written in a. They're written. I write these in an odd style. I realize that, but I don't know why I do that. I find them more amusing if I write them in a kind of a elliptical. Maybe that's the best way to describe it. An elliptical style.
You're amusing yourself.
Yeah, because I know no one else cares, and I know that radios are quietly being turned down right now. You know, people are trying to say, "I'll come back in a few minutes."
I'm going to take this opportunity to jump in the shower.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking for an address. I have to turn down the radio.
Yeah. Hey, or if you're at home, you know, this would be a perfect opportunity for you to. You will have time during this Utah Word of the Day and the following commercials to probably whip up some breakfast. You know, if you go away from the radio. So.
Some of that
Mixed
nice
Smegs?
nice whipped coffee with you make with the instant coffee and milk. That'd be good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
You know, there's
Okay.
no
There's
sponsor for there's.
I have
Right.
I have some information about that. By the way, I think
About
there
not
may,
having a sponsor.
Well, I think that may change.
Oh,
really?
It's something bubbling under the surface here. I think that there may be coming a sponsor for Utah Word of the Day, and then we'll be trapped.
Well, you know what they say about a fool and his money.
Soon parted. Soon parted.
All right, here we go.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
lure. L-E-R. Lure. The word lure was suggested by Radio from Hell friend of the program, Emily, who writes, "Our summer 2020 activities have included a lot of fishing. We've been watching videos made by local anglers on the methods they use to catch fish. I suggest explaining this word to fishermen who may not know Utah speak. If you have a suggestion for Utah Word of the Day, send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, LeVar and LeGrand will use the word lure in conversation."
Are you ready to go yet, LeGrand? I'd like to get up to the lake at first light. That's when they're the hungriest. They've been sleeping, and they wake up for breakfast, and I aim to feed 'em with my hook.
Oh, I'm pretty ready. I was up pretty late getting my gear together. I've been tying some new flies. I made a bunch of new nymphs, a couple of royal coachmen, and I even tied a woolly bugger. I had some luck with a woolly bugger at Mirror Lake last year.
Yeah, the woolly bugger was okay. You caught that one little lake trout.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, had a creel full of fish that day, if you'll remember. I caught the limit of my license and the limit of yours, too, minus that little fish you got. And what did I use that day for bait?
Well, I remember, LeVar. You was using marshmallows and corn, and then you kept chumming the hole, contrary to all sportsmanlike practices, not to mention the law, with handfuls of jolly green niblets.
Yep.
I was embarrassed to be your fishing companion that day.
Well, and you recall, I promised you I wouldn't do that again. But I sure did catch a bunch that day, didn't I?
Well, what are you going to use for bait then? You going to use salmon eggs?
Nope.
How about night crawlers, huh?
Nope.
Yo, that stinky power bait?
No, sir.
What? Wait. You ain't gonna use cheese, are you?
No cheese.
Oh, well, then what the dickens you gonna fish with? You gonna give the big old smile and just charm the fish into the boat?
None of that. This trip, I'm using nothing but lures. I went out to the Country Boy store, and man, they got all kinds of lures. I got me some Booyah Pond magic spinners. I'll be trying out some MEPs. And the guy in the fishing department said I should try Jake's lures.
Oh, Jake's lures. I heard of them. Like, there's one called the Lil L Jakeler.
Them's the ones. There's also Jake's Spin Lure, Jake's Stream Lure. It's amazing how many kind of lures there are.
Oh, I know. I met a fella who caught his limit in an hour using a lure called a Jensen Bangtail Spinner. He swore by that lure. Wouldn't use nothing else.
Well, I'm going to have to give him a try, but if I can't lure the fish in using a lure, I'll lure him in with something special. I got a bag of mini marshmallows, a can of corn, and a whole bag of cheese cut up into bite-sized cubes.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Yep, there you are. There you are, right there. Utah Word of the Day. Yep.
You did it.
I can't decide whether that was congratulatory or accusatory.
But who?
You did it.
You said it like, well, there was that thing that, well, you made it. Be proud of it.
Look what you
made.
You made something.
Really be proud of it? Really?
I'm going to print that out, and I'm going to put it on my fridge with a magnet. I'm going to, look what Bill made.
No,
there
you're
you go.
not.
Now, we do have the X-Poll coming up in a little over a half hour from now.
Mm-hmm.
The X-Poll is about family heirlooms.
Yeah.
And I said that if you watch x96.com/live, I will show you what I consider to be the Jackson family heirloom. It's not official. It's what I consider it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. I was just mentioning it, and Sue read my mind. She brought it right down. It's
she knew what you were talking
She
about.
knew exactly what I was talking about, and it's right over there.
Oh, I bet I know what it is.
So I'm ready with that. And then I'm also going to show you the thing that I would pass down if I had kids. I would pass this down to my kids as a family heirloom.
I probably know what the family heirloom is, don't I?
Probably.
Yeah, I do now. Now that I think of it. Gina should know too, as a matter of fact.
I should.
Yeah, you should.
Will it be revealed and I'll go, oh, well, yeah, of course.
Go, well, yes, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. No, it just dawned on me what it is. We talked about it. We've talked about it a couple of times at
Indeed.
your house. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Round one of your. What round one?
Oh, yeah.
Should we do that and then we're going backwards. I'm sorry. We'll do the candidates and then traffic.
Well, why don't you do traffic and then
Gina,
and I'll get the candidates ready here.
Yeah, I'll do traffic because it's non-existent so far this morning. UDOT is not giving me any current crashes you need to be concerned with, or actually even any slowdowns. But maybe you have a slowdown or an accident you want to share with friends of the program. Bring enough for the whole class. Text it to us, 33986.
Here are the boner candidates you will be considering here in round one. Number 1, I was on a mission. Number 2, your wife did what now? And number 3, it's time for me to do a little fly fishing.
All right. We got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Manscaped.
I just used the Manscaped trimmer this morning, as a matter of fact. Now, I didn't use it down in the nether regions of my body hair. I just used it on my face, and it works beautifully for that. It's the Lawnmower 3.0, and it's got a light on it, which makes it really nice for trimming the hair on your ears. So
and other hard to reach areas.
Yeah, and then if you want, when you're trimming your hair down there, the thicket that surrounds your that stuff. So it's the best trimmer on the market for everybody in need of a chest shave, for instance. The perfect package from Manscaped. You'll find the Crop preserver, which is some anti-chafing deodorant and moisturizer. And when you subscribe to the perfect package from Manscaped, you'll get 2 free gifts, the Shed travel bag and some Manscaped boxer briefs. So to get 20% off, free shipping, and you just enter the code X96 at manscaped.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell Radio Players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I? Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right. Thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5-10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, for the most part, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell Radio Players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
there was
about.
More of it.
All right, 7:18 right now. Here we go. This is round one of your boners for today. Presenting now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote Of these three candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Because you see if it wins here. It's not Boner of the Day yet. It's just the winner of round 1. It does secure a spot in Boner Dome, but it'll have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get three different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. Round 1 and round 2 winner. 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day for today. Right now you're picking the champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Katie's showing you right now at x96.com/live. Look, they exist. I don't know when you're going to hold it. Someday. The Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. I was on a mission. A Florida man was arrested after plowing his car into a Catholic church and then setting the church on fire as parishioners were inside preparing for Mass. The Marion County Sheriff's Office had Stephen Anthony Shields, and I don't know if we have his picture up at x96.com/live, but he is bizarre. He crashed his van through the front doors of the Queen of Peace Catholic Church in Ocala, Florida, about 7:30 in the morning. He then got out, poured gasoline in the foyer area, and set the church on fire. Shields then drove off, but was spotted by Deputy Josue Gonzalez, who stopped the vehicle by hitting it with his patrol car. Officials said parishioners were not injured. The fire was quickly put out. Stephen Anthony Shields crashed his vehicle through the front door and said what he did was awesome. It was awesome, he said. And then he smiled, and then he laughed and said, I set the church on fire, too. He referred to himself as king and claimed to be on a mission. He told the detective, I have problems with the Catholic Church, okay?
Clearly.
Shields lives in, he says he's not been taking his medication, apparently.
Ah, well, okay.
Yeah. And he's facing multiple charges. Boner candidate number 1, I was on a mission. It's Boner candidate number 2. Now, your wife did what now? Once you have kids, it can be hard to find time to exercise. You can't just run out the door like you did in your pre-kid days. Or you could be like one mom who chose to let her baby nap alone in the house while she went out for a run. But if you're going to do that, you probably are going to end up with an angry husband, like she did. According to her husband, he had just gotten home from work when the mom got back from her run.
She needed some me time.
That's when he noticed that his son was sleeping in a separate room. He wrote on Reddit's Am I the A-hole forum, when he asked his wife about their napping son, she got defensive. It was only a mile, she said, and I never got very far away from the house. But to the dad, leaving their son alone for any amount of time was too much. I got mad at her, and the whole thing escalated into a fight where I told her what she did wasn't safe, and now she's mad at me.
She's wrong.
Thinks I'm being judgmental. Doesn't want to talk about it.
Her argument was he can't walk. He'll stay put till I get back.
Now, most people agreed with the husband, but there were some who supported the mother. But no. Your wife did what?
She's in the wrong.
Of course, Boner, and she's a Boner candidate for it. That's number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. It's time for me to do a little fly fishing.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Well, after 28 seasons, Tom Bergeron will no longer be hosting Dancing with the Stars.
Oh.
Aaron Andrews, his co-host since season 18, has also departed the show. Bergeron made the announcement on Twitter on Monday, saying he had just learned that the show would be moving on without him.
That doesn't sound like he chose to then.
Nope.
No, exactly. He didn't. They are moving on without him.
Yeah.
Just informed at Dancing ABC will be continuing without me. It's been an incredible run, the most unexpected gift of my career. I'm grateful for that and the lifelong friendships I've made. That said, what am I supposed to do with all of these glitter masks? I don't know. I don't watch the show, so I don't know.
Listen, I'm a Berger maniac, and if he's not on the show, I'm going to stop.
Bergeron had co-hosted all 28 seasons of the dance competition show, 2005 through 2020, 450 episodes. ABC and BBC Studios said Bergeron has their sincerest thanks and gratitude, but you're out. Bergeron will forever be a part of the Dancing with the Stars family as we embark on a new creative direction.
Blah, 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 blah. They want someone younger.
Then it doesn't sound like he will always be a part of it.
No.
What does that statement mean?
New and younger, and no one will care.
No. Let's see here. The resurgence of the coronavirus in the United States has ignited fierce debate about whether to reopen schools, as global health officials warned that the pandemic will intensify unless more countries adopt comprehensive plans to combat it. If the basics aren't followed, then there's no way this pandemic is going to go away, said the director of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. Is his name, I believe. It's close to that anyway.
I'll take it. Sure.
He says it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Debate over the risks the virus poses and how best to fight it were spotlighted in Florida after it shattered the record among U.S. states for the largest single-day increase with more than 15,000 newly confirmed cases. And Trump will try to say, well, there's been more testing. There has not been nearly as many tests as there are cases, confirmed cases. Officials and health experts at hard-hit Miami have pushed back against pressure from Governor DeSantis and President Trump to bring students back into the classroom next month. We just absolutely cannot risk the health of our children, their well-being and safety, or any of our colleagues, said Carla Hernandez-Matz, president of the United Teachers of Dade Union. So the teachers are really fighting.
Well, and they should.
Yeah.
They should, because they're at the most risk, all those germy little kids.
Well, I keep seeing all these pictures of teachers like with tape measures trying to say, okay, we'll have these desks 6 feet apart. You're all in a room.
Yeah.
You're all in a closed space with dirty children that don't wash their hands. And
I know that there's that desire to return to normalcy, but things are not normal right now.
Gina, please. I resent you casting all children as dirty.
I did that. I said they were all
she said
dirty.
it too.
They are. They are all dirty.
I always made sure that my kids were clean when they went to school. John Huntsman says he will not be running a write-in campaign for governor. There had been some thought that he would do that, even with an independent group of staunch supporters striving to keep him in contention following his narrow primary loss. While we appreciate the continued enthusiasm from supporters throughout the state, especially after a very tight race, we will not pursue any efforts to have a write-in campaign, said the former Utah governor in a prepared statement yesterday.
Should run against Mike Lee for Senate. That's what you should do, Mr. Huntsman.
Salt Lake County District Attorney Sim Gill on yesterday released a list of proposed changes to when police are justified in using deadly force. His 22 recommendations come just days after he ruled that 2 Salt Lake City police officers were legally justified in shooting at Bernardo Palacios Carabal as the 22-year-old man ran away from them. Palacios Carabal died of the injuries. Gill's decision led to a protest in front of his office that turned violent after police and marchers clashed. Now, he wrote in this letter, which was sent to state lawmakers, the attorney general, the governor, and candidates for governor, that the time has come to re-examine and change those use of force laws that are on the books.
Yes.
The use of deadly force by law enforcement has been under scrutiny for years, he wrote, as the last 2 months of protests both here and across the country demonstrate. Application of the current legal standards for officers' use of force has produced outcomes that are questioned reasonably by many in our communities. When expectations of the community collide so strongly with what the law requires, a re-examination of what the law is and a fulsome discussion where it might go is not just timely, but crucial. He's one of several local leaders who have proposed changing the laws after protesters have taken to the streets almost every day for 2 months since the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. This is, I found interesting. So one of our colleagues said to me, and it doesn't matter the context, said, well, the Mormon Church owns Zoom now, don't you? I said, what? I said, well, yeah, the Mormon Church, they bought Zoom. It's not quite accurate, but there is something to that. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints' largest investment fund plunged by 21% in the first quarter of 2020 as stock managers reallocated the multi-billion-dollar portfolio amid the slumping coronavirus economy. By comparison, the Dow Jones Industrial Average declined about 23% over the same period. Ensign Peak Advisors, that's the investment arm of the church, reported to federal regulators that the value of its stock holdings fell by $8.1 billion. So that's how much they lost in this pandemic. So now the stock portfolio for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is only worth $29.7 billion.
How will they ever get by?
During a 3-month span. The stock account appears to represent a large chunk of the total value of Ensign Peak Advisors. But where this thought that they bought Zoom comes from is that they dumped all of their Exxon stock and bought a large chunk of Zoom stock. They don't own the company, but they invested heavily. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints invested heavily in Zoom. And it's an interesting list of the stock that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints owns. Let's see, the most valued stock they own a lot of Apple. Mm-hmm. They own a lot of Microsoft and a lot of Google. Then followed by Amazon, Johnson & Johnson, Intel Corporation, Facebook, Visa, J.P. Morgan Chase, United Health Group, so forth and so on, Berkshire Hathaway, and Walt Disney Company.
So they're not taxed on any of that?
I don't think so. No.
That doesn't seem right, does it?
It doesn't.
Yeah, oh, here it is. The church's investment firm sold 44% of their stock in ExxonMobil. Energy companies have taken a pounding, so they dumped that stock, and they bought a bunch of Zoom stock. Let's see. Here's some good news to end this part of the newscast, and we'll get to boner candidate number 3. Skittles smoothies are returning to shelves.
I just read the headline, and I didn't even know that there was a thing as a Skittles smoothie.
I remember these. For the first time in 15 years, Best Products can exclusively confirm the candy will start appearing in stores this summer. In 2005, Skittles had a smoothie mix variety. So this comeback, Skittles Smoothies, is a different and improved recipe, they said. The discontinued Smoothies mix came in a peach-colored bag with 5 flavors, including strawberry, banana, lemon, berry, mixed berry, peach, pear, and orange mango. They're bringing them back. They said the flavors are improved. Strawberry, banana, raspberry, blueberry, peach, guava, and mango flavors. They will be in stores in August. Skittles Smoothies, if you like Skittles.
I guess you just go to the frozen section.
No,
under
they're
there?
just no, they're not. They're called smoothies, but they're not liquid. They're just they look like Skittles. They're
Well,
just
then they're
different.
misnamed. 'Cause
They're-
a smoothie is a liquid.
That's confusing to me.
They have a creamy yogurt-like flavoring ingredient that, when mixed with the fruit flavor ingredient, is kind of like a smoothie. It tastes like a smoothie, but it's a candy.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Weather traffic.
Not quite as hot as it's been. 89 for high today, and we will gradually creep back up to around 100 by Friday. Today will probably be the coolest of the week and sunny, but the air is still bad. We've had stagnant hot air for a long, long time now, so please do what you can to not contribute to that. Limit your driving. And for more information and tips on how you can help keep our air not getting so bad, you can go to x96.com, and there's a rotating banner that says You Care on it, and there are links there for tips and things you can do. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-215 west at California Avenue off-ramp in Salt Lake. The right shoulder is affected there, and that's the only accident. I don't even think anybody sent anything in via text in a while, but if you see something, you can share it with us, and I'll pass it along, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Yeah, it's time for me to do a little fly fishing. Fox News' Tucker Carlson addressed the resignation of Blake Neff, a writer for his show, who quit soon after a CNN report revealed racist and sexist comments he had posted online. Now, Tucker Carlson admitted to the viewers of his show what Blake wrote was wrong. It was all wrong, he said. We don't endorse his words, said Tucker Carlson. They have no connection to the show. It's wrong to attack people for qualities they can't control. So he said it's wrong.
I don't understand that.
What don't you understand?
Qualities he can't control?
No,
like
it's not what it said. It's wrong to attack people for qualities they can't control. He's saying that's what Neff did. He was making racial comments about people. People can't control what race they are.
Oh.
That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's saying.
I thought he was saying that this guy couldn't control himself.
That's what it sounded like.
So at any rate, he's saying this is wrong what he did. And then at the end of the show, now this guy Neff had been posting messages under a pseudonym. His posts included racial slurs and rants against black people, as well as continuous posts over 5 years about women that he mocked and insulted. Now, Carlson distanced himself from that, but at the same time, at the end of his show, said, we should also point out to the ghouls now beating their chests in triumph at the destruction of a young man, Neff, that self-righteousness also has its costs. We are all human. When we pretend we are holy, we are lying. And I'm not going to be here next week. I'm going fishing. I'm going fly fishing. I'm not going to be. So this is the technique that they use at Fox. When their hosts get under fire, they take an unannounced vacation. No, I had this fishing trip planned for a long time. Bull.
And he also tried to make it sound like what this guy posted online was in the past. No, it was as recent as weeks ago.
Yeah.
Plus, Tucker has been losing advertisers before y'all heard about this. He's been losing advertisers because they say you're too racist.
Yeah, because this guy helped shape the message. He wrote for the show.
The head writer.
But he says, so Tucker Carlson said what this guy did was wrong, but then he turns around and says, but the destruction of a young man, he deserves to be destroyed.
Yes. That's called consequences.
We're all human. We all go on racist rants and homophobic and sexist rants from time to time. We're all human.
Yep.
Tucker Carlson. Well, it's time to do a little fly fishing. See you later. Number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, I was on a mission. A Florida man crashing his car into a Catholic church and then setting the church on fire. The man who did it said he was a king and that he what he did was awesome, and he has serious issues with the Catholic Church. Boner candidate number 2. What, your wife? Wait a minute, your wife did what now? Yeah, and she's mad at you. So, a guy who found out that his wife had been out on a jog running while their infant son was home asleep alone. And boner candidate number 3. It's time for me to do a little fly fishing.
Okay, here we go. Now, don't forget, we're going to have the X-Poll starting after these messages. The X-Poll is talking about family heirlooms. So if you want to weigh in on that, be ready. But let's get our boner voting taken care of first, and then you can start lining up for the X-Poll. Immediately, as soon as we award round one of your boners, call in for the X-Poll about family heirlooms. All right? So, time to vote for round one of your boners. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number is all we need in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth. I think Miriam is taking votes in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting July 14, 2020. More than likely you won't see it when you get there. Refresh your browser and it should appear. All right? That's where you can vote online. Easy. All right. So don't forget, we start the X-Poll as soon as we award round one of the boners, which will happen right after this. Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower.
Mm-hmm.
She yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
Because when you travel, it's you're
rich food.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot
you
of rich. Well,
discussing this.
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly.
Yeah.
And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, yeah, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. So, she's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in there.
Can you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
That Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear. I'm blind.
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man,
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my
You'd
wife,
clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
Did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. $7:45. Now would be the time to call and line up for the X-Poll, 877-602-9696. Family heirlooms.
Yeah.
What do you have? How old is it? How many generations has it been passed down?
I just realized I've got one sitting right here. I just pulled it off the bookshelf here.
All right. You'll be able to see it, all of it, at x96.com/live. All right, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by pizza.
And it's Tuesday. That means it's Taco Tuesday at Diversion Eatery. Get $2 tacos with chicken carne asada, carnitas, salmon, portobello, all located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number one. I was on a mission. It's a guy who crashed his car into a Catholic church and then set it on fire, saying it was awesome, he was the king, and he has issues with the Catholic Church. Really? Boner candidate number two. Now, your wife did what now? There's a husband who was livid after discovering that his wife went for a run while their infant was sleeping at home, but she said, well, I wasn't then she got mad at him. Said, I didn't do anything wrong. And then boner candidate number three, it's time for me to do a little fly fishing. Tucker Carlson announces he's going on a vacation after one of his top writers' racist, sexist posts were revealed. Let's see. And the winner, this surprises me, but I guess number two and number three, the wife and then Tucker Carlson, split the vote.
Oh.
They're almost even.
Really?
So it hands it to the winner being number one, the guy who crashed his car into the Catholic Church.
Terry's disappointed. You wanted Tucker Carlson.
I wanted Tucker.
I thought the wife would win, for sure.
All right. Well, hey, we don't choose, you do. That's the candidate for round one. It goes forward, has secured a spot in Boner Dome, might be Boner of the Day. Round two coming up at 8:20. Three different candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. X-Poll sponsored, Gina?
No, it should be, though. You should contact our sales department, and your business mention would be right here.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. And do you have a family heirloom? A survey recently showed 40% of Americans, over 40%, have a family heirloom that's over 50 years old, and they really like it, and there are stories surrounding that heirloom, and that's why they keep it. So what family heirloom do you have? 877-602-9696. I just realized I had this right here. This is a book called Perce's Household Hints. And my mother had this, and so I'll tell you what Perce's Household Hints is. A compilation of hints as given on Party Line, heard on KSL Radio. It was a show on KSL Radio. Now, this is copyrighted 1961, by the Radio Service Corporation of Utah. And I vaguely remember her listening to this radio show during the day, and it was this guy named Perce, and he would come on for an hour, and he talked kind of like an old man, and he would just have recipes and household hints, and he compiled all of them in a book that you could then order from KSL and buy.
Well, give us a tip.
Well, here's so the book is divided up into sections: hints about cooking, children, Christmas, first aid, gardening, miscellaneous, sewing. What do you want to hear a hint about?
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous hints. Let me go to the miscellaneous tab, and here we are. First hint: put a little vanilla flavoring in paint so that it won't smell so strong when you're painting. It won't hurt the paint.
The hell?
How about that? Garden
When your
supply
kids lick
stores.
the walls.
Garden supply stores have a product to put in the yard which will keep dogs away. Wax and shine your snow shovel, and the snow won't stick to it. So
actually
it's
a
full
good
of
idea.
stuff like that.
Okay, all right.
And then my mother's written like recipes in, different places and menus and things
So
like
you'll
that.
pass that down.
All right.
No, nobody wanted it. I rescued it from the trash heap.
Well, 877-602-9696. I'll show you mine coming up in the next break.
Oh, Carrie, you keep teasing everybody.
At x96.com/live. Well, we have Braden on the phone. Go ahead, Braden.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
My family heirloom is a World War II naval uniform.
Who
Born by who?
A naval?
My great-grandfather.
Okay.
Well, that's quite a story, Braden.
Well,
that's fascinating detail you put
care
there.
Care to elaborate?
This man was fighting the Nazis back when, and actually got shot in the jaw, had it repaired, went to a bar, got in a fight with a sailor, got punched in the jaw, and it shifted all the way to the side of his face. So he had a sideways jaw for a while.
Yeah.
There, those were
There
details
you go.
That's what we're talking about, Braden.
Does anybody wear the uniform ever, Braden?
It's really small, so I think it would just end up getting torn or ruined, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks,
Well,
Braden.
thank you, Braden. All right.
Hey.
Let's go to Tommy Milagro. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Tommy.
Hey, thanks for letting me listen, guys.
Let me guess. It's a piñata.
No. We don't talk about the sacred piñata and the Dad's family. No,
Okay.
but this one is my turquoise ring. You guys have probably seen it before. It's a turquoise ring that's set in gold. So this was made by my late Uncle Bernie, and the story goes, Dad and Uncle Bernie had this discussion about turquoise. Dad always argued that it's always set in silver.
Yeah.
Uncle Bernie said it can be done in gold. Well, Uncle Bernie happened to be a jeweler and made this for my dad for a present. But Dad was never a big jewelry wearer, so it just languished in the jewelry drawer for years. Well, then about 15 years ago or so, my sisters and I went down to see my family for Christmas. Mom put out the jewelry drawer and said, "Here, kids, see whatever you want." I grabbed the turquoise ring and was like, "This is unique." And Mom explained the reason behind that
There you
ring.
go.
So
It's a pretty ring. It's a very nice ring.
Oh,
Thanks,
well,
Tom.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. All right, let's go to Chuck. Hello, Chuck.
Hi, this is Chuck
This is-
Woolery. I have a set of keys to the brig on the USS Hornet, the aircraft carrier that sunk during World War II.
Why do you have a set of keys to the brig from that aircraft carrier?
Well, my dad was on a destroyer accompanying that aircraft carrier, and when it became obvious that the USS Hornet was going to sink, he was given the keys and assigned to take a whale boat over to the Hornet and let anyone out of the brig that might be in there. That might have COVID-19.
Were there people in there, in fact, in the brig?
Yes, there were.
So you didn't.
This is
you
just
didn't let
like
them-
that scene in Titanic. When right? Katie knows what I'm talking about. When Jack was he was in the brig, and Rose had to go back and swim through the water with the keys to let him out. It's Chuck. It's the same
Chuck,
story.
your dad wasn't named Rose, was it?
No,
Your dad wasn't named Rose.
But you would never in the world guess his name. His first name was Zadie, Z-A-D-I-E.
I have heard that name before, but you're right. I would not have guessed that.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right.
That's cool.
That is cool, Chuck. Thank you.
Have a good
All
day.
right. We'll continue the X-Poll after this break, if you insist. 877-602-9696. Family heirlooms. Tell us about them. What do you got? All coming up after these. Okay. Traffic, Gina. Do you have traffic?
Yeah, it's been a very light morning. The only accident we had earlier, let's see if it's still an issue. Crash southbound I-215 west at California Avenue off-ramp. That's off to the right shoulder. And we have had no other reports of accidents this morning, at least nothing recently. If you see something, though, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with the X-Poll, 877-602-9696, if you want to talk about your family heirlooms. Hoops Vision Correction.
Good vision would be a family heirloom, perhaps, the gift of vision. Hoops Vision, they can correct your vision with LASIK surgery, or they have some other methods as well. They do PRK, whatever's right for you, so that you can get rid of your glasses or your contact lenses. Now, if you're over 50 and it's been a year or more since your last vision appointment, call Hoops Vision to schedule a cataract screening, because that's about the age that cataracts start happening to most people. You can eliminate cataracts and get rid of your glasses and contact lenses at the same time with the fine surgeons at Hoops Vision. Call them now and schedule your cataract exam. It's 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745, or you can find out more about the procedures and how to schedule an appointment by booking online at hoopsvision.com.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914
That's probably stale.
by the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
Did you go back to Backyard Birds?
no, my my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses.
Oh.
And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? It's just kind of.
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's.
I have things in
that's,
common with molasses.
That's. Well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January. That's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it.
Uh-huh.
And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let's continue with. Is this sponsored, Gina? The second half of the X poll.
I don't know. It's sponsored by my camera not working, which I'm trying to fix. There's no money in that, but
no, there is no money in that. Well, hurry and get the camera fixed because I'm going to show you my family heirlooms coming up here in a moment.
877-602-9696 is the number to call and participate in the X poll. What kind of family heirloom do you have? What's the story around it?
Let's go to Jared.
Hey,
Hi,
Jared.
Jared.
Okay,
Hello,
Jared.
Jared.
How are you guys?
We're fine, Jared. Did you fall down?
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, you
Yes,
okay?
I got an heirloom for you.
What? Okay.
So my dad is a mountaineer, and he's climbed mountains all over the world, from Everest to Europe. I've been lucky enough to go with him on all those trips.
Jared?
I'd guess
Jared?
between 50
Jared.
Yeah.
Jared, we can't. Your phone's cutting out.
Yeah, are you calling from Mount Everest?
Is this any better?
Yes.
A little bit. Hold still.
Okay. So
now where were
I
you?
was saying my dad has climbed mountains all over the world, from Everest to Europe and everywhere in between, and he has collections of probably 50 to 75 ice axes that both that he's used and that some of the most famous mountaineers in history and some that are currently still alive have used on some first ascents and stuff like that of big mountains. And
cool.
I love a good ice axe.
Yeah, that's great. And,
Right?
and there's a story with every one of the ice axes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, thanks, Jared.
877-602-9696 is the number to call if you wanted to weigh in. All right, if you're looking at x96.com/live,
I'm watching.
I'm going to show you some of the heirlooms. All right, let me start with this is from Sue's great grandmother. Now this is
It's
a
a
creepy
doll.
doll. It's a creepy doll.
Is it ceramic? It looks ceramic.
I think it is. Yeah, actually it is. And the doll is so creepy looking. We had it in our guest bedroom, and our guests asked us to put it away.
Put its
It
face
comes to
closer
life
to the
at
camera,
night.
will you? Yeah, see, it looks pretty real.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's that. Now, as far as the closest thing that I think I have to a family heirloom from my family
I know
is,
what it is.
this. You know what it is?
It's that cat.
That ceramic cat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now I wanted
Oh, I love
I
this.
wanted my dad's 22, his single shot 22 that I learned how to shoot with, but that it turned up missing. I can't find it. But
Uh-huh.
I did manage to snag this from the Jackson estate, the ceramic cat potted plant. Because see, that's
Yeah.
what the back of the it's a cat laying down and its back is wide open, and you're supposed to put a plant in there, I guess.
Well, Carrie, why don't you have a plant in there?
It is absolutely the most tackiest thing on the planet. It's ugly, and I love it dearly.
You know,
So
it's
anyway,
too
there's
bad you
that.
don't have the 22. You could have used that for a target.
That would have been a combo platter. That would have been nice. Now, this is, if I had kids, this is what I would be passing on to them. This is, I've had this since I was 2. This is my plate and cereal bowl. And you can see there's a Batman plate and cereal bowl that comes with the cup, the little cup.
Yeah.
Which was huge when you're 2 years old. And I might even throw in the chocolate milk mug, the Batman chocolate milk mug, because look, if you drink all your chocolate milk at the bottom of the cup,
You see Batman.
you can see Batman's face down at the bottom of the cup.
You're not allowed to get up from the table until you see Batman's face at the bottom of
Exactly.
the cup.
And that
you
chocolate
can't-
milk, that's good for you.
Exactly. And you can't leave for school until all your oatmeal is gone and the grinning face of the clown prince of crime, the Joker, is visible and staring at you, urging you to go off to school and be a good boy.
877-602-9696. What family heirlooms do you have?
Let's go to Brad. Hello, Brad.
Hi, Brad.
Brad.
Hey, lords and ladies. Thanks for letting me listen.
You're welcome.
Thank
What do
you.
you got?
Hey, so back during World War II, my grandfather had met my grandmother right before he deployed.
Mm-hmm.
And he went out to Japan, and he kept a little journal, and they wrote letters back and forth, and that's how their relationship ended up developing.
Mm-hmm.
He had all these stories that he wrote about while he was out there. The biggest one that comes to my mind, though, is him and a couple soldier buddies were walking around and ended up falling into some enemy territory, got in a little bit of a gunfight. They looted the bodies, which he probably shouldn't have done, but he brought back a bunch of dollars that were Japanese dollars that actually have blood on them, which I think is kind of
No.
cool from the whole situation. Yeah, I mean, it's not cool, but it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, my uncle had a necklace made out of ears.
No, he didn't.
A necklace of ears that he cut
No.
off. And no, he didn't.
See, and I don't actually have those dollars. They're with my older brother. The heirloom that I got, when my grandfather came back, my grandma took all of the journals he wrote and all their letters and typed them together and wrote a book. And then everyone in the family has that book.
That's a
good.
nice heirloom.
Yeah, that's
I like
good.
that.
That is nice.
That's
That's
better than the bloody dollars.
But
Yeah.
did you know that you can cut the gristle out of liver using a pair of scissors?
What?
Is it back in the miscellaneous?
Oh.
This is the miscellaneous tips.
Household hints from Purse. Use scissors to cut the gristle off liver. Okay, thanks for calling us.
All right, well, thanks, guys. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Listen, in our kitchen, we use kitchen shears more than we do knives, I think, to do the
But how
delicate
often do you
cuts.
make liver?
Not often. I just mean in general. All right. 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to call in with a family heirloom.
So mine,
Yeah, what is your...
I don't have it, but I'm hoping to get it when Daddy Tom passes away. So when he was a kid, his favorite toy was a metal toilet float. You know,
Huh?
That
Now I
was
know
his
what you mean. It's
toy?
that. Yeah, they used to be making. They used to. Why was that a toy?
because they were poor.
And
A
he
metal-
still has it?
Yeah, and and he called it his regular army pointer, and he pretended that it would shoot things, like he would hold it up and pew, pew, pew. It was his regular Army pointer, and he has it, and his wife had it mounted on a piece of wood with a plaque on it. It's a old metal toilet float, and I want that someday. That's the heirloom I want to pass down, is the metal toilet float that he used to play with.
Was it ever actually used as a toilet float?
Yeah, I think he found it like in the junkyard at his farm. But it was this cool metal ball that he pretended he played Army with it.
That's just terrible.
The bigger question is, what about the Tom Barberi action figure that my friend Lee made?
Oh, I want that. He's got that in his office.
Okay,
and I want that back. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff like that I want of his. But
Katie has Hitler's autograph.
I do, yeah. I'm not that that's like a big heirloom to gloat about, but my grandfather was in the 10th Mountain Men Division in World War II, where they stormed Mussolini's summer home. And so they're raiding his home because they could, and he wasn't there, obviously. And my grandfather decided, I'm going to break this photo, or the picture frame, and I'm going to take a signed picture of Hitler. So I have a photograph of Hitler that is signed by him, which is weird and hidden.
Has that been authenticated?
It has been authenticated, yeah, which is kind of crazy. So, but the better one that my family has is we have these cute little copper crickets that each of us own, and they've been passed down through our family. They're meant for good luck in the Jones-Lowe family.
Copper crickets.
Yeah, they're like copper crickets, and they just sit. I don't know, but they're cool.
Little statue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. We have an antique embalming table. Plus a few
Creepy.
implements and bottles of embalming fluid. They've only been in our family for 39 years, but my kids will inherit them one day.
Where do you keep an embalming table? Where?
Well, in a mortuary. Where do you think?
Let's go to Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, lords and ladies. How you doing?
Good. What have you got?
Good. Well, I got an old antique wind-up clock from a freight station from South Dakota from 1900s.
Does it still work?
Yeah, it does. In fact, I got a funny story about that. Remember when that frickin' earthquake hit?
I do.
It started up the clock.
That's odd.
Yeah, it was. It was very odd. But yeah,
Shook
so
it
I
just
just
enough
thought
to
I'd
get it going.
share. Yeah, we got it from my wife's family. They're from South Dakota, and when they tore down the freight station, her grandma worked there, and she just grabbed that clock, and now we have it hanging on our wall.
All right. Well,
Hey,
thank you, Kevin.
Kevin, did you know you can use vegetable shortening for diaper rash? That's what it says here.
I did not know that, but thank you for sharing.
Sure. That's what it says
Crisco
here.
butt? You got
I guess.
Crisco butt.
I'm not sure I believe that.
Well,
thanks,
it seems
Kevin.
a little odd. See you, Kevin.
You got one more miscellaneous, and then we'll go to traffic.
Let's see. How about to decrease the size of a screw hole, glue a matchstick into the hole and let it set until dry.
Oh,
and
that's
then
like adding a
replace the
piece of
screw.
wood to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
sense.
All right.
There you
I can
go.
see that working.
Okay, traffic then. Thank you.
Yeah, we've only got one accident to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 335. It's just south of 650 North in Clearfield. The right lane is being affected there. And that's the only traffic incident. If you have something that you see that you think other people should know about, you can text it to us, 33986.
Here's the second round of boner candidates you'll be considering. Number one, hey, that's the state bird of Utah you're messing there with, sir. Number two, I've got two words for you, and the first one starts with F. And boner candidate number three, do you really want a man who is a loving husband and father as president?
All right, boners round 2 coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
You know, it's been 30 years that Shamrock Plumbing has been the plumbing contractor that Utahns use for just, small jobs at your house, emergency work, but also contractors They are plumbing contractors, so when there are big projects, apartment buildings and things like that, Shamrock Plumbing is often the plumbing company that takes care of that as well. No job too big or too small for Shamrock Plumbing. Shamrock Plumbing makes sure that all of their equipment has been sanitized. Every truck carries a washing station for washing their hands before and after every job. The plumbers wear protective gear and masks and all of that when they come into your home, because they do have to come into your home at some point. So it's Shamrock Plumbing. I've used them many times, and so have Carrie and Gina. Give Shamrock Plumbing a call if you have a plumbing problem, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehigh, look! Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof, or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
All right, 8:18 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Presenting to you 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. Round 1 was an hour ago. Good candidate. But we'll take both of these and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day for today. Right now, pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
We have a box of Boner t-shirts, and you can't buy them, you can only win them, and who cares if you don't know when you'll actually get to wear it. You will, someday. A Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Hey, that's the state bird of Utah you're messing with, sir. A McDonald's customer in England was arrested after he allegedly bit a seagull that was trying to steal his meal. The suspect reportedly attacked the bird in front of authorities. Officers from a local unit were on patrol when they witnessed the incident in the city of Plymouth, England. Cornwall Live reports. The man reportedly claimed that the bird was trying to steal his McDonald's, and so he grabbed the seagull and bit it. And the seagull apparently suffered some injuries as a result of the bite, but it flew away before authorities could inspect it. The suspect reportedly admitted to being under the influence of drugs as well. The suspect was taken into custody since seagulls are a protected species in that area because in that part of England, in Plymouth, England, they know that it's the state bird of Utah. We have a reciprocal agreement with them, you see, to protect seagulls. The McDonald's fan is reportedly facing up to 6 months in prison and a fine of $6,300 for biting a seagull. Boner candidate number 1. That's the state bird of Utah you're messing with there, sir. Or mate. Boner candidate number 2. I've got 2 words for you, and the first one of them begins with F. ESPN has suspended NBA reporter Adrian Wojnarowski for sending a profane email to a United States senator. On Friday, Senator Josh Hawley sent out a press release blasting the NBA for its limited selection of pre-approved messages they would allow league players to wear on the back of their jerseys during the restart in Orlando. Senator Hawley's letter, which was directed at NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, was critical that the messages did not give players the option to support the military, to support law enforcement, or condemn the Chinese Communist Party. Hawley's letter was sent out as a press release via email, and Wojnarowski, one of its recipients, got one of them, and the noted NBA reporter responded to the email with 2 words. And the first one begins with F. F you, Senator. Wojnarowski shared a formal apology statement not long after Senator Hawley publicized the fact that Wojnarowski had sent him this because the senator, in a way, I think Wojnarowski shouldn't have done that.
Absolutely.
But the senator didn't have to get all huffy and say, he should have just looked at it and go, I don't care. What do you
care?
Yeah, I'm expressing my opinion. That's the only thing that's important. I don't care what this NBA reporter has to say about it. But no, the senator has to get him in trouble. Yeah. Actually, now the more I think about it, the more I think the senator should be the
I'm putting
Boner
her on the
candidate.
center squarely myself. But,
Anyway, Boner candidate number 2. I've got 2 words for you, and the first one begins with F. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Do you really want a man who's a loving father and a husband to be president?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Really?
Yes.
Boner.
What's wrong
Boner
with
candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Iconoclad has a variety of washable, filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind, an original. He will be missed. Grant Imahara, an electrical engineer and roboticist who co-hosted the popular show Mythbusters and Netflix's White Rabbit project, has died. He was only 49. He died suddenly following a brain aneurysm, Hollywood Reporter has learned. We're heartbroken to hear this sad news about Grant. He was an important part of our Discovery family and a really wonderful man. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, a spokesman for Discovery said in a statement. He was a roboticist and electric engineer by trade. He joined Discovery's Mythbusters in its 3rd season, replacing Scotty Chapman, and was with the show until 2014 when he left with co-hosts Carrie Byron and Tori Bellici. The trio would reunite in 2016 for Netflix's White Rabbit project, which lasted for 1 season. On Mythbusters, Imahara used his technical expertise to design and build robots for the show, and also operated computers and electronics needed to test some of the myths that they were busting. Richest man in the world, well, the 7th richest man in the world, newly crowned, Elon Musk. He's now worth more than Warren Buffett.
Really?
Yeah, making the Tesla CEO the 7th richest person on the planet, according to Bloomberg's Billionaire Index. Elon Musk, who also runs SpaceX and The Boring Company, is now worth $70 billion. Now, that's still pretty far behind number 1 on the list, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos. He's worth approximately $189 billion. Also ahead of Musk on the list in order from number 2 down, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Bernard Arnault, Steve Ballmer, and Larry Page.
Well, congratulations, Elon. Good to see those Trump tax cuts helped you out there.
I can't place what Bernard Arnault.
Bill, please.
I know the rest of them. What is Bernard Arnault?
He's married to Salma Hayek.
Oh, is that why he's rich?
No. They own a bunch of luxury brands. Like, I'm going to get them wrong, but like they own Gucci. They own Hermes. They own, I don't know the brand specifically, but they own a bunch of luxury
kind of luxury. They've bought up some luxury brands.
Yeah.
The coronavirus pandemic has stripped an estimated, in contrast, stripped an estimated 5.4 million American workers out of their health insurance between February and May, a stretch in which more adults became uninsured because of job losses than have ever lost coverage in a single year, according to a new analysis. The study to be announced today, well, it's being announced by the nonpartisan consumer advocacy group Families USA, found that the estimated increase in uninsured workers from February to May was nearly 40% higher than the largest previous increase, which occurred during the recession of 2008 and 2009, when 39 million adults lost insurance.
Yeah, it just makes sense to tie your insurance to your job.
Families USA is one of a number of groups trying to estimate the number of people who have lost insurance during the pandemic. Definitive data will not be available until late next year, when the federal government publishes health insurance estimates for 2020. Let's see. Starting this fall, no student will appear at Bountiful High School's athletic events wearing a Native American costume. They've done away with that. Davis School District spokesman Christopher Williams said Monday that Bountiful High Principal Aaron Hogg told him that a recent conversation that the portrayal of the mascot will not continue. A student outfitted in Native American costume had been a long-time practice at Bountiful High School football games and basketball games. That will not occur going forward this next year, Williams said. Hogg, who's been principal of Bountiful High School for 3 years, has slowly moved away from using a Native American male as a logo. Right now their logo is a block B with an arrow of a feather, with an arrow or a feather, depends on which version they use. So they've taken any Native American looking person off of all of their logos, and they won't have some student dressed up like a Native American war chief anymore. But they're keeping the name for the time being, the Bountiful Braves. Hong Kong Disneyland closed. It was open for a while. It didn't go so well, and they're closing again, as required by the government. Huge uptick in coronavirus cases, traceable directly to people going to Disneyland.
Yep. I got a friend who works in the park at Anaheim, and he texted me yesterday because they're getting ready to open as well. He says, off the record, I just had a surreal moment you may appreciate. I'm back working at the parks. This is my 3rd week back. And for the people working, they wanted to change the background music. So we used other loops that have been approved by the music department. One is the meet and greet music for Captain Marvel. So I just rode a bicycle down Main Street while Smashing Pumpkins was playing. It was kind of a weird moment.
Well, everything is a weird moment.
The Ford Bronco is back.
I've seen some pictures. They look pretty cool.
This is thanks to a group of obsessed Ford Motor Company employees. The Bronco was discontinued some time ago, but there were a lot of employees there who loved it and said, we've got to bring it back, and so they are, in fact, bringing back the Ford Bronco. Now available in Cyber Orange, and they've been waiting for a while to do it. The group known as the Bronco Underground has agitated for years inside Ford for the return of the SUV. It's been out of production for more than 20 years, and it's best known as the vehicle, the white Ford Bronco, that O.J. Simpson drove that June day in 1994.
No.
Oh, no,
Al Cowlings drove it. He was just laying down in the back.
Yeah, it says here that O.J. Simpson drove it, but as I read that, I went, no, he wasn't driving. Al Cowlings was driving. And I don't know why I remember that. I spent a good part of a work day watching it on TV.
I
don't know why I remember that, because it's a useless piece of information that's crowding my brain.
It's not useless, where you just used it just now. It's been sitting there waiting for years. Yeah, but it didn't need to be used.
It didn't need to be used. It just, let's see. How much time do we have?
You got a couple of minutes,
we mentioned this yesterday at the end of the show, but it is true. Alice Cooper, he's got his own brand of chocolate milk. Proceeds from the sale of the Alice Cooper chocolate milk will benefit his nonprofit Solid Rock organization. They operate the Rock Teen Center in Phoenix, Arizona. They provide free instruction in music and other creative arts to local teenagers. The rock legend, Cooper, teaming up with Danzison Dairy to produce the chocolate milk, which will feature his image on the bottle of chocolate milk.
But kids don't care about Alice Cooper. I'm very confused about this. Who's this for?
For people who drink chocolate milk. It's not necessarily kids.
There are grown-up people that drink chocolate milk?
Yeah.
Carrie,
yes.
When was the last time you had chocolate milk, Carrie?
Well, it's been a while, but I enjoy a chocolate milk every now and then.
Kids don't go to the store and buy chocolate milk. Their parents buy chocolate milk and give it to the kids, or the parents or grown-ups buy it. So even if it's just for kids, the kids aren't going to go to the store and buy But the parents will go and say, "Oh, I'm going to get some chocolate milk for my kid. I'll get the Alice Cooper chocolate milk. I know Alice Cooper, and it benefits a youth organization. That's fine."
Okay.
And
What
Alice,
happened? What happened to the quick bunny? He looks terrible. Oh, it's Alice Cooper, honey. Oh.
Alice likes chocolate milk. I like chocolate milk. I couldn't tell you the last time I ever had a glass of chocolate milk. And it's not particularly good for you. It's loaded with sugar and fat, but it's tasty. And it makes a really good malt. As a matter of fact, you just put a scoop of ice cream in a glass of chocolate milk and you're set.
Ooh.
You don't have to defend chocolate milk. I'm just curious about the marketing for Alice Cooper chocolate milk. That's all.
Well, I think, haven't we explained that to you now?
Well, now that's.
I mean, see, I don't know why we had to explain it to you. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to figure out. But
products for kids, they market it to the kids. That's all.
I can't tell you why. If you think, I don't know why you think it's important to know that Al Cowlings was driving the white Bronco either. I just don't.
Details matter.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they do, but in these cases, not.
See, your mistake is marketing the chocolate milk is exclusively marketed to kids because, as someone points out, bodybuilders use chocolate milk as a recovery drink for endurance sports and bodybuilding.
Do you think a bodybuilder is going to pick Alice Cooper chocolate milk to recover from bodybuilding?
I listen to Alice while I'm working out.
A choice between that and a cute bunny on the package. Oh, come on.
What was the Nestle's Quick bunny? And did they use the bunny for the strawberry milk as well, or was there a different character?
Yeah, it was the same bunny. He just wore pink instead of brown.
And I guess you can. I never cared for that. The strawberry Quick.
I liked it.
The chocolate Quick was okay, but the strawberry Quick was.
Ovaltine is underrated as far as I'm concerned.
My kid, I introduced him to Ovaltine years ago, and he still drinks it. He likes it.
I could just eat it dry out of the jar.
Ovaltine? What is Ovaltine?
Ovaltine. All right. Ovaltine. Sports weather traffic.
Another high-profile NBA star has tested positive for the coronavirus. Russell Westbrook announced he tested positive for COVID-19 before the Houston Rockets left for Orlando. He's been quarantined and is, quote, feeling well. He's not been with the Rockets teammates. They are already in the Orlando bubble, so they separated him out before they traveled, so that won't affect Orlando's play, other than the fact that they don't have Russell Westbrook playing with them. That's sports. Weather. Today will be the coolest of the next 7, and that's not saying much. 89 for a high today and sunny. And we do still have that bad air quality, which as I look for the whole week, we are just hot and no storms to mix up the air, which means our air will get worse and worse as the week goes on. So please do what you can to help. You can go to x96.com. We've got our You Care campaign going on that tells you things you probably already know, like limiting your driving, trip chaining, that kind of thing. But there's also some tips there that you might not have heard of. Tips on when to mow your lawn, when to fill up your car with gas, that kind of thing. So go to x96.com for more information there. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-15, 650 north in Clearfield in Davis County. That's off to the right lane. And that's the only accident that's been reported in the last 45 minutes or so. But you can always send us stuff if you see it, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Do you really want a man who's a loving husband and a doting father as president?
Yes, yes, that would be a refreshing change.
Did you see this?
Yes, yeah. And because I've thought this for a while. Somebody show me a picture of Donald Trump being like a genuine, loving father. Just one, with any of his kids. I'll take one photo.
A member of the Republican Party's rapid response team had to delete a tweet about Joe Biden after it managed to make the presumptive Democratic presidential candidate. I don't know why they say presumptive there. He is the Democratic presidential candidate. It made him look good, and that the intention was to make him look bad. This is the geniuses they have working there at the Republican Party.
Yep.
Steve Guest, the Republican Party's rapid response director, attempted to use the news that Washington, D.C.'s NFL team is changing its racist team name to tar the former vice president. Mr. Guest did so using a frankly adorable photo of the former vice president with one of his sons. Now,
Being
this is
a
an
loving
old,
dad.
This is an old picture, and it shows Joe Biden at a Washington football game. Biden is very young in the picture, and he's got his little son just cuddled up next to him, and the little son is wearing a beanie with the Washington Redskins logo on it. And this guy tweeted the picture and said, "Hey, Joe Biden, still a Redskins fan?"
Yeah, he's trying to make it about the Redskins, but all anybody can see is that's an adorable photo of father and son.
It was supposed to make, I guess it was intended to make Joe Biden look like a supporter of the NFL's racist team. However, things didn't turn out that way based on the reaction on social media. Everybody just kept piling in there going, "Oh, no, a picture of a loving, caring father, something that there is zero photographic evidence of when it comes to Donald Trump. How will the Biden campaign ever recover from this?"
And I'm serious. I challenge anybody to find me a not doctored photo of Donald Trump being even remotely affectionate or fatherly with any of his children ever.
Well, I've seen quite a few pictures of Ivanka sitting on his lap.
No, not creepy. I
Okay.
mean, like, not creepy photos.
Well,
Sweet,
I don't know.
Let's say
loving
with his
father
sons.
photo.
Let's say with any of his sons. How about that?
All right, you limp-wristed, weak sisters out there. You really want a man who's a loving, doting
Yes.
father?
Please.
Yesterday. Okay, Sister Barbary, that's fine.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number one was, hey, that's the state bird of Utah you're messing with there, mate. It's a man who was under the influence of something. He said that this seagull, this is in England, was trying to eat his McDonald's food, so he grabbed the seagull and bit it. Boner candidate number two, I've got two words for you, and the first one of them begins with F. ESPN has suspended Adrian Wojnarowski for sending a Missouri senator an email that just said F you. Well, I think Wojnarowski was actually right. The senator was being a turd about things, and he published the email rather than just going whatever. He made sure that Wojnarowski got into trouble. And Boner candidate number three, do you really want a man who's a loving husband and a doting father as president?
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round two. Yes, not Boner of the Day yet, though. It'll have to go up against the winner of round one's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners and we'll put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you will decide Boner of the Day for today with Boner Fight. Right now you're picking the champion of round two. Send a candidate forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 14, 2020. When you go to x96.com, you may not see that box right away. Refresh. It'll appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages to get your vote in for round two. Here we go, X96.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill, kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and herbalist.
A study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's.
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept.
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 8:47 right now. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a nice cream bar. It's like
a novelty? Did you have a novelty?
It was like a Casco nut sundae. But I don't believe they make those anymore. But it was kind of like when my wife found them at Costco. It was a Kirkland brand. but it was like a Casco nut sundae.
We had ice cream novelties last night too.
What'd you have?
Well, we had a variety. We had creamsicles, and we had the fudge bar, and then the drumsticks. It was your choice.
I like
family choice of
I
novelties.
used to love the sidewalk sundae. Remember those? Sidewalk sundae.
And injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
And the but the drumstick, that's a fave.
Drumsticks.
That's what most people in the house got those. That was their choice.
And a creamsicle's pretty good too.
We ate
It's an orange creamsicle, right?
Yeah, we ate ice cream novelties, and we watched the River Wild because it was the same river that we went down when we did river rafting in Montana on our trip. Because the guy, you know Rick's son from
Rick
Snowbird,
May.
he's like, Katie knows him. He's like, right here, this is the section where Meryl Streep was right here, and Kevin Bacon came up out of the water right there, and so we were there.
Wow.
Okay, they don't make Casco nut sundaes anymore, but it looks like Fat Boy has appropriated the Casco nut sundae. Because they've got a pack.
Is that what they're calling them?
Yeah, this is the Fat Boy Casco sundae on a stick. Toffee Crunch, which is the Casco nut sundae.
All right, so anyway, let's get to the winner of round 2. It wasn't number 1. The guy who bit the seagull. Wasn't that one. So number 2, I got 2 words for you, and the first word begins with F. That did very well, but it didn't win either. By 1 vote.
Really?
1 vote. Do you really want a man who's a loving husband and a doting father to be the next president of the United States? That wins.
Okay. There we go. That is the winner of round 2's voting. It goes forward now to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 when it goes up against the winner of round 1. 9:20 is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight.
I like a fudge sickle. I want a fudge sickle.
Haven't had we had a fudge sickle here a little while ago. Yeah, they're still pretty good. They're still pretty good. But a Casco nut sundae, because you eat the chocolate and the nuts off first, and then you just have the vanilla ice cream left.
Is that what you try to do?
Treats.
Yeah. You try to get it clean off without breaking it too much. Gives you something to do.
Yeah.
All right. And pointing out the hypocrisy. Adults are allowed to have ice cream novelties, but not chocolate milk. Okay.
Well, just not being allowed to have things.
Alice Cooper's face was not on the novelties, was it?
There's no allowing things. It's just, who are they for? Who? Ice cream novelties are for everyone.
So's chocolate milks, Gina.
All right. Let's get to this. Is it sponsored, Gina?
It's still not. It wasn't 2 hours ago. Why would it be now?
Okay, just
do you think something magical happened in 2 hours?
No, it's even. And this one smells even worse the second time around.
We've allowed it to pickle for 2 hours. There it is. It's marinating. All right, Utah word of the day. Here we go.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
lure. L-E-R. Lure. The word lure was suggested by Radio from Hell friend of the program, Emily, who writes, our summer 2020 activities have included a lot of fishing. We've been watching videos made by local anglers on the methods they use to catch fish. I suggest explaining this word to fishermen who may not know Utah speak. If you have a suggestion for Utah word of the day, send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, LeVar and LeGrand will use the word lure in conversation.
Are you ready to go yet, LeGrand? I'd like to get up to the lake at first light. That's when they're the hungriest. They've been sleeping, and they wake up for breakfast, and I aim to feed 'em with my hook.
Oh, I'm pretty ready. I was up pretty late getting my gear together. I've been tying some new flies. I made a bunch of new nymphs, a couple of royal coachmen, and I even tied a woolly bugger. I had some luck with a woolly bugger at Mirror Lake last year.
Yeah, the woolly bugger was okay. You caught that one little lake trout.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, had a creel full of fish that day, if you'll remember. I caught the limit of my license and the limit of yours, too, minus that little fish you got. And what did I use that day for bait?
Well, I remember, LeVar, you was using marshmallows and corn, and then you kept chumming the hole, contrary to all sportsmanlike practices, not to mention the law, with handfuls of jolly green niblets.
Yep.
I was embarrassed to be your fishing companion that day.
Well, and you recall, I promised you I wouldn't do that again. But I sure did catch a bunch that day, didn't I?
Well, what are you going to use for bait then? You going to use salmon eggs?
Nope.
How about night crawlers, huh?
Nope.
Yo, that stinky power bait?
No, sir.
Wait. You ain't going to use cheese, are you?
No cheese.
Oh, well, then what the dickens you going to fish with? You going to give the big old smile and just charm the fish into the boat?
None of that. This trip, I'm using nothing but lures. I went out to the Country Boy store, and man, they got all kinds of lures. I got me some Booyah Pond magic spinners. I'll be trying out some MEPs. And the guy in the fishing department said I should try Jake's lures.
Oh, Jake's lures. I heard of them. Like there's one called the Lil L Jakeler.
Them's the ones. There's also Jake's Spinner lure, Jake's Streamer lure. It's amazing how many kind of lures there are.
Oh, I know. I met a fella who caught his limit in an hour using a lure called a Jensen Bangtail Spinner. He swore by that lure. Wouldn't use nothing else.
Well, I'm going to have to give him a try, but if I can't lure the fish in using a lure, I'll lure him in with something special. I got a bag of mini marshmallows, a can of corn, and a whole bag of cheese cut up into bite-sized cubes.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Wow, that was refreshing.
Like a trip to the lake.
Mm-hmm.
All right, traffic, Gina.
Traffic has been very light this morning. Maybe y'all are caring about the air. Maybe that's what's going on, which is great. Well done, everyone. Crash southbound I-15 just south of 650 North in Clearfield is the only one that I'm reading about, and even that one probably is cleaned up by now because it's been there for quite a while. So there's your traffic.
All right. 8:56 right now, and coming up, we do have for you Tuesday Tunes with Todd. Also, Boner Fights is coming up to determine who is Boner of the Day, all that and more. On the way, let's see. Oh, you care about the air.
Oh, there we go. We're just saying.
What's cool about this website is all the little tips that they give you to help, do your part to clear up the air.
UCAIR, you care, UCAIRucare.org is the website, and there are lots of ways that you can help avoid the ozone buildup in the valley. Poor air quality from ozone impacts everybody. It's bad for our health, the environment, the economy. Small changes in the way you travel can make a big difference. You can carpool. You can just skip the trip. You can walk or bike or trip chain. Limit your driving as much as possible. Be idle-free. Please do not idle. Sit there and let your car idle. And use Tier 3 gasoline, please, if you can. It's cleaner burning, and it helps reduce the ozone in the atmosphere. For these and many other ways you can help clean up the air, go to UCAIR. That's UCAIR, ucare.org.
Now, I saw this story today. Mm-hmm. And
is that the one I was going to mention earlier? Mm-hmm.
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Dome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No, I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah,
playing God though.
Yep.
All right, 9:02 right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that. Find out who Boner of the Day is for today. A reasonable amount of news. If you've a mind to, x96.com/live. You can go there and see us on our split-screen camera, broadcasting live from our homes, because it's going to be that way for a while. And let's see, and you can see Katie back in the studio in Salt Lake City and standing a good 10 feet away from her.
Thursday turns retard on X96, ready for mail!
Is Todd Newcomb.
Oh, there he is.
Hi,
Todd.
Over there.
Todd.
That's a good 10 feet. That's a good 10 feet right there. Oh,
I
hi,
can't,
Todd.
I can't imagine all three of us in that studio though.
Ever again.
Without where
No.
It's beginning to feel that way, Todd. It
I'm
really
going to have to
is.
get several rounds of shots before that will happen.
And I haven't been down to my desk in months, and I'm wondering if like packages
You
and
have
things have been.
so many packages, Gary.
Maybe I should come down on Sunday and.
Yeah, I go in usually on a Sunday, and
Including that door opener I bought you.
Oh yeah, I need to get that. Okay,
There's
maybe
nobody
I'll make a
there.
trip downtown Sunday and empty the packages and get all of that stuff cleaned
But
up.
let's get to the Tuesday Tunes with Todd, shall we? He's there. Todd, of course, the program director for X96. Also, you can hear him on the radio from 3 to 7 weekdays here. And he brings us a little tune every Tuesday. What have you selected this time?
So this time it is an artist by the name, and you'll know who I'm talking about when I say Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh, the famous
played-
radio DJ.
He played Tommy Lee in the Dirt movie.
No, I mean the famous LA radio DJ. Machine Gun Kelly.
Jay with the most music.
Come on.
HJ, Machine Gun Kelly getting off your tubers and digging on some Rubens. Once you get started, can't go half and half, man. You don't want to be known as a tease all your life. It's 321. Get more boots.
See?
I'm going to start talking like that guy in the afternoons here at X96. Hey, Machine Gun Newcomb. Hey, everybody.
I don't recommend that.
There was a on this station years ago when I was a kid, a teenager in the early '80s, on when this station was called K96. It was a top 40 station. There was the guy that was on at night from 6 to 10 was Machine Gun Greer.
Yeah, I remember. I remember.
And
listening to that.
and he was cool. I
Mhm.
liked listening to Machine Gun Greer.
Wonder where he is these days.
I don't know.
But anyway, let's
I
talk
really don't.
about this Machine Gun
But
Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly, or MGK or whatever, a noted hip hop artist, and just a dude that's kind of good at everything. And you're thinking, okay, why is Todd playing this song right now
Yeah.
on X96? It's just he has like these different. He's good at different genres of music, and this is when you hear it, it just is a total X96 sounding song. And it took me a minute to comprehend that because I'm like, but what do I do with this? But you know, and he's got like Travis Barker is helping him out with this project. Travis, of Blink 182, and so
They've worked together a lot.
yeah, they're buddies. They've done a lot, and this song I think is just a great little track. It's called is it My Bloody Valentine? Yes,
It's Bloody Valentine.
Bloody Valentine. There was a band called My Bloody Valentine.
Right.
That's why I always have that
And
disconnect.
a movie.
And
A
a
movie,
movie.
yeah.
So.
Oh, okay then. Now, what was the name of the song again?
Bloody Valentine.
Bloody Valentine.
Bloody Valentine. Machine Gun Kelly. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, X96.
I will read it to you.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Look
You're
at
a
it.
lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better.
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote letters.
A simpler time. We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took our kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter. A blog
Tweet.
and
I'm
Twitter.
sorry.
Mm-hmm. If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
Why can't I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
okay.
It's true.
When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South, 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to answer. And
Yeah. But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed. Okay.
I know nonplussed.
Now you.
Hey. New yet familiar. As far as I'm concerned, it sounds like quite a few of our bands that we used to play.
I mean, it does. It has that like yellow card, you know, the year 2002 sound.
I was thinking Gray Cell Green there.
Oh yeah, Ned's Atomic Dustbin.
Ned's Atomic Dustbin is what I was feeling. That's a real deep cut,
I
kids.
never thought I'd hear somebody say it's got a real Ned's Atomic Dustbin vibe. Like that's its own vibe.
Oh no, it's its own vibe, but that was what I was feeling when I was hearing it. I'm
Oh
like,
man, that's going to happen on Todd's turntable tonight at 6. Now, Carrie, we're getting out the Ned's Atomic Dustbin. Look out!
I'm sorry.
Tonight at 6, you'll hear that.
I was hoping for Toad the Wet Sprocket.
We can do that too. I've
It's
got
a
it
different
all.
vibe.
Well, maybe a fake festival coming up.
I will do an hour of Ned's Atomic Dustbin.
Jeez.
I don't even know if they've made an hour's worth of music in their career.
I don't think so.
Their
So
songs
that's
are very brief.
So that's Machine Gun Kelly, Bloody Valentine.
And I like it. It just sounds good. It's a great little song, and it sounds
It's like I was saying, it's new, but you slip into it because it's comfortable.
Yeah.
A lot of good comments. I've been waiting for you guys to play this. It's so good. Don't stop playing this song.
So.
Okay, well, play it again.
No, you'll hear it. You'll hear it.
All right.
We're good at that. We play stuff.
Yeah, we're kind of known for that. Anything else, Todd, before we let you loose to another meeting, I presume?
Ever since Gina started talking about Festus joining the Navy, I've had that damn Village People song in my head.
Oh, believe me, it's coming up on Things That Must Go on tomorrow's show. That will make an appearance for sure.
Yeah, God.
I can't believe
I'm excited for him.
I can't believe. Come on, are you really so feeble-minded that that's what happens to you?
Yes.
Everybody does. That's what I'm saying. Everybody that I have talked to and he has talked to about it, that's the first thing that they say.
That's the first thing. I found a GIF. I put that on his Facebook when he announced it, and that was right where I went. Low-hanging fruit. Let's go for the Village People joke.
The first thing that came to my mind was the Navy gets the gravy and the Army gets the beans.
And I don't think the Navy is out searching for treasure. I think the Village People are overselling. That's what the first line they said. Searching for treasure. There's no treasure hunting in the Navy.
Maybe that's what they did back in like 1979. I don't know.
No, that's code. That's code for that's code for aboard ship behavior when there are no women around.
In the Navy, I can sing the whole song. I bought this 45 at Woolworths in Roy. I still have it.
There's Todd's turntable.
Yes, I could bring that in. I think it's tampered, but I still have the record somewhere.
God, that's funny. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Todd.
We'll see you at the meeting.
On X96, ran from hell!
Okay. Well, we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news coming up before that. RanLife.com.
Oh, listen, rates are so fetching low right now with Rand Life, with the mortgage rates. I say fetching because, or flipping, because they are a local mortgage company, right?
That's true. You probably
Yeah,
should
so,
say.
they are a local mortgage company, and if you want to refinance, they do it slick. I'm in the process of refinancing my mortgage right now. I'm going to save a couple of $100,000 over the life of the mortgage just by refinancing. It's amazing. So get a hold of Rand Life. Talk to them about it. They can do give you most of the information that you need on the phone. All you have to do is call them, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. See if doing a refi makes sense to you and for you. And their loan officers are great. They can explain things on the phone and make determinations right there. You almost don't have to meet a single person to refinance right now. You can do it all electronically. Rand Life, 801-478-4500 or randlife.com. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my my fan.
Said, "Oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?"
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
$9:19 right now, and we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
At Nightingale College, you can earn a bachelor's degree in nursing in as few as 32 months with 3 convenient start dates per year, no prerequisites, no waiting list. Get started. It's easier than you think. Visit them online at nightingale.edu today.
Daniel Lewis Lee, convicted killer, was executed this morning in the first federal execution in 17 years after the Supreme Court issued an overnight ruling that it could proceed. Mr. Lee was pronounced dead by the coroner at 8:07 a.m. Eastern Time in Terre Haute, Indiana. His last words were, "I didn't do it. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I'm not a murderer. You're killing an innocent man," according to a Pool report. The Supreme Court cleared the way for the resumption of the federal death penalty in an unsigned order released after 2 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The court wiped away a lower court order temporarily blocking the execution of Lee by a 5-4 vote. Lee, a one-time white supremacist who killed a family of 3, was scheduled to be executed Monday. A federal judge blocked the planned execution of Mr. Lee and 3 others, citing ongoing challenges to the federal government's lethal injection protocol. Ruth Friedman, Mr. Lee's attorney, said in a statement Tuesday, "It is shameful that the government saw fit to carry out this execution during a pandemic. It's a shameful thing that the government saw fit to carry out the execution when counsel for Danny Lee could not be present with him, and when the judges in his case and even the family of his victims urged against it. And it is beyond shameful that the government in the end carried out this execution in haste, in the middle of the night, while the country was sleeping. We hope that upon awakening, the country will be as outraged as we are." Erlene Peterson, whose daughter, granddaughter, and son-in-law were tortured, killed, and dumped into a lake by Lee and an accomplice, has opposed Lee's execution, telling CNN last year she didn't want it done in her name. Baker Curris, an attorney for the victim's family, told CNN that the family is heartbroken and said the government prevented them from being there and the family did everything they could to be there. The Supreme Court said in its ruling that the death row inmate, including Lee, bringing their case, have not established that they are likely to succeed. So the family of the victims, while they didn't, I think they believed that Lee was the one who killed their family members, still said, "I don't think we should execute him. That's not how we should handle it."
I think the family should have a more of a say in that.
Well, they didn't, and the Barr Justice Department, the William Barr Justice Department, is anxious to open up that execution spigot.
Oh yeah,
they want to be able to do more of it.
Because they're the law and order party. Unless
They're
you're
the
a friend
pro-life.
of Donald Trump, and then they're not so much a law and order party. But with all of their enemies, you betcha.
A humiliating photo of Johnny Depp fast asleep with ice cream seeping all over his jeans was shown at his libel trial on Monday, with Depp admitting it was taken to show how pathetic that he had become. The Pirates of the Caribbean star was snapped by ex-Amber Heard as he snoozed cross-legged on a couch, his head leaning back with his mouth wide open.
Can
Depp,
we see it? Do you have it?
there was a picture with it, yeah.
Yeah, it's there in that Mr. Prep
Oh.
file.
Yeah,
Depp
that's embarrassing.
Depp was seen in the 2014 snap holding an upturned tub of ice cream, which had dripped all over his leg. Depp blamed his comatose state on having just been working 17-hour days, while conceding it was at a time that he had agreed to go to his private island in the Bahamas to detox from prescription meds.
I was going to say that's not being tired.
I was obviously
there's some assistance there.
Well, no, it's being tired, and then it's being
it's
also
very
being high,
tired.
It's being chemically tired. He's chemically tired as well.
I was obviously on the nod and very tired, falling asleep, and the ice cream then spilled all over my leg, he said. Then she took that and showed me the next day and said, "Look at what you've become. Look at you. It's pathetic."
Well, you can kind of see that as something you would do with a loved one that you thought was out of control.
Tired of you sticking up for Amber Heard.
I don't. I think they're both horrible, but I can understand that specific instance.
I think that they deserve each other and should still be married.
And make each other miserable. That's
I think
what.
they should work it out. I do.
A federal district court has struck down Georgia's 6-week abortion ban on Monday, saying that the law is unconstitutional. When Governor Brian Kemp signed the controversial legislation into law in May of last year, the measure became one of the most extreme abortion bans in the nation. It banned abortion as soon as a doctor could detect a fetal heartbeat, which normally happens about 6 weeks into pregnancy, with many women not yet aware that they are pregnant. The law was temporarily blocked from going into effect in October after a coalition of abortion rights advocates challenged it in court. Monday's ruling means the state is permanently blocked from enforcing the law. The decision came just hours after a similar abortion ban in Tennessee was blocked by a federal court. And Planned Parenthood here in Utah wants to move ahead with its federal lawsuit over a new state rule that bans abortions beginning at 18 weeks of pregnancy, now that the Supreme Court has ruled in the Louisiana case. The organization argued in a court filing yesterday that the June Medical Services versus Gee case confirms that it has third-party standing on behalf of its patients to challenge Utah's 18-week abortion ban. Roger Stone says that Donald Trump saved his life by commuting his prison sentence.
Oh, come on, Roger. I thought you were a tough guy. You were always talking about killing people and all that. I thought you were a tough guy. You'd be fine in jail.
I'm 67 years old. I've had a lifetime respiratory problem. I was facing what I really believe was a near-death sentence, Stone said in an interview with Fox News' Sean Hannity. Stone, Trump's longtime friend and advisor, was indicted by special counsel Robert Mueller on charges related to interference.
7. He was found guilty of all 7 charges.
Yeah, 7 charges. Within an investigation of Trump's 2016 campaign and convicted in November of 2019. He was set to report to prison this week, but Trump commuted his sentence. Apparently, the president also had the power to vacate the felony charges if he so chose. But he didn't choose to do that for some reason. And I'm not sure why he wouldn't just do the whole thing.
He removed the fine. I know there was also a fine to accompany it, and he removed that.
But it's apparently he can say, and it's like it never happened. Those charges are gone. But he didn't do that. find that odd.
Because he wants to be able to hold it over him a little bit.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I don't know. Are you tired of drinking out of a paper bag? You know, you got the bottle, you got your bottle or your 40 ounce in a paper bag, and you're.
I don't do that.
Again, you don't know how to have any fun at all, do
That's
you?
fun. Drinking out
you
of a
just
paper bag is fun.
Oh, it's such a thrill, Gina.
How about
It's
your
so
chocolate
much fun.
milk? You put your chocolate milk in the paper bag and you're drinking.
So you can hide it from people.
But Johnny Walker is releasing. It's the first ever whiskey in a paper bottle. Whiskey in a paper bottle that doesn't use plastic.
Is this just a recycling thing? It's a okay.
Yeah, partially, and it's cheaper. The newly formed firm that makes the bottles will create similar packaging in other categories, including for Pepsi, Unilever, which makes Lipton iced tea. So your Lipton iced tea, one day soon, will be coming in a paper bottle. It uses a spray coat lining to form a barrier so liquid doesn't seep out, and it is more environmentally friendly, I suppose.
I was going to say, I don't think they're calling it recyclable, are they?
Huh. They should. People buy it if it says that
They're
on it.
They're saying it's more environmentally friendly. Because if you have a spray coating that avoids moisture, it's not recyclable.
Right.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here we go. I don't know how the first one won round one, but it did.
It was because we had those two strong ones that split the vote.
Yeah, I think that was it. It was I Was on a Mission, a Florida man crashing his car into a Catholic church, getting out, pouring some gasoline around, starting the church on fire, and then driving off. He said he did it because, well, A, it was awesome, B, he was on a mission, and C, he's got some issues with the Catholic Church, so that's why he did it. Going up against the winner from round two, do you really want a man who is a loving husband and doting father to be president? A Republican official tweeted out a picture of Joe Biden to make it. He was trying to make it seem as though Joe Biden was a Washington Redskins supporter and was a supporter of a racist team name. And the picture he tweeted out was a picture many years ago, young Joe Biden at a game holding his young son. And apparently this was just a short time after his wife had died. So the kid's mother had died. And he's just kind of cuddling the little guy, and the little guy's wearing a Washington Redskins knit cap. And this Republican official tweets this out. Yeah. So you're a Redskins supporter, huh, Trump? Biden. It was pointed out that this was a lovely picture, and the guy was an idiot, and he withdrew the tweet. That's number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of those two candidates which one should be boner of the day for today. Remember your candidate number, 1 or 2. That number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. You text that to 33986, and the computer counts it for us. Or you can call Miriam in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696, and use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight July 14, 2020. If you go to x96.com to do that, refresh your browser right away so that box shows up. It updates everything when you do that. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Mm-hmm. Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just.
Mm-hmm.
But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was the 24th of July parade, because so we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it, like he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Oh, hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
Okay, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by pizza and an ice cream novelty.
And during the month of July, Scott Hale's offering a $29 AC tune-up Call 801-264-HAIL.
Boner candidate number 1. I was on a mission. It's a guy who crashed his car into a Catholic church in Florida, set the church on fire, and then left. He said he did it because he was on a mission, and it was awesome. Going up against number 2, do you really want a man who was a loving husband and father as president? It's a Republican official who deleted a tweet that made Joe Biden look like a doting father. Rather than, he was trying to make him look like a racist or something, and it just was a sweet photo and backfired on the Republican guy completely. And the winner, that's the winner, Boner candidate number 2.
That was pretty easy. All right, there you go. That's your boner of the day for today, July 14th, now qualified to be boner of the week. All right. We had a great time when we went down to the Red Cliff Lodge and stayed.
How long ago was that now?
It's
a couple
been a
of
while,
years,
but
right?
boy, it was just beautiful down there. I just
Yeah.
took so many pictures and just sat outside and looked up at the Red Cliffs. And Colin is on the phone.
That's why they call it the Red Cliffs Lodge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah. Colin Fryer, are you there?
I'm here. I'm waiting for you, man.
How are you?
Well, we're doing good. Yeah, we're doing good. We're down here in this clean, warm desert air, surrounded by these big red cliffs that you're talking about, right on the banks of the Colorado River.
That was so nice. I think the cabin I stayed in with my family was the very last one on the, it's a like big long row of cabins that are spaced out quite far apart. And
Yeah, I remember we
sit
have
out
our
there
own
on
little patio there.
I sit out there on the patio and watch the Colorado River roll by. Man, that was just beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we fit right into the social distancing that's on everybody's mind right now. We're 110 rooms and cabins on 230 acres, so everybody gets a couple acres. All private entrances, private outside patios, individual HVAC, no common hallways. And I'm proud to announce that we were just selected by AAA for excellence in housekeeping. That's only awarded to the top 2% of all the properties in the United States.
Nice.
Nice.
So there are 110 cabins down there?
Well, it's a combination of cabins and suites.
Oh,
About
that's
110,
right.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's just now is the winery open as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, the winery's opening for tasting. We have to do what other restaurants do. So we have face masks and we have to kind of social distance a little bit. But that does not affect the taste of the wine or the great warm feeling you get after a couple of glasses. So
yeah, no kidding. So is this is usually a busy time of the year for you? But is it less busy than it has been because of the pandemic?
It's at first it was less busy. We're like everybody else. We got shut down in the spring, and then we're allowed to open in May. And since then, it's just been building. Normally in Moab at this time of year, we're hosting visitors from all over the world, European, Asian, etc., bus groups. That part of our business has gone away, but all of a sudden there's this pent-up demand to do a road trip. And so if you go through our parking lot in the morning, there's cars from virtually every state in the union. People are just out driving, and they're looking for places like us, places that have wide open spaces. They like this desert air. They like the fact that they're not crowded into a lobby in the morning. And so we fit into that really well, and we've got the activities they're looking for. You can Jeep, bike, hike, run the river's really popular on these hot days. You can ride our horses, or you can just go out and take some pictures in the park. And then at the end of the day, you can come and relax around the pool before dinner.
Red Cliffs Lodge, we're talking to Colin Fryer, who's been running. I remember you telling us that you just decided that this is something you've always wanted to do, and you just up and did it. How many years ago now?
Well, I moved to Moab in 1990 and started building the lodge in 1998. We got open in 2002, just in time for the famous Winter Olympics. And then since then, we've we've kept building, and now we're done, and we're just always working on our rough edges. But we're a great place for people from Salt Lake to visit. It's a 3.5-hour drive, and I want to tell you, to sweeten the deal this year, we're offering rates that we've never offered in our prime time before. You can save $100 a night. So if you go on our website or give us a call at 435-259-2002, we'll tell you what the special of the day is. But again, it's only a 3.5-hour drive, and you feel like you're in a whole other world.
Yeah, it sure is, God. It's just great. I
It's,
feel like getting in the car right now.
And if you don't believe us about how beautiful it is, go to their website, redcliffslodge.com. They have a live webcam, and you can see it right now. And you can just see how beautiful it is. A little bit of light cloud cover right now, but just beautiful down there.
Yeah, in fact, we've welcomed the clouds. It's been a little bit hot this past week, but the clouds are making it good. And if you look at that webcam, that's the view you see from the restaurant.
Colin, you're well, I hope, and your family's well.
Yeah, Moab's been very fortunate. We've only had, I think a dozen reported cases in our community. No one's gone to the hospital. But we're being careful. We're observing all the rules and, face masks in the restaurant like every place else. But once you get outside, you can, again, take in that clear, clean, warm desert air. Our swimming pool and deck are the biggest in southern Utah, so you got plenty of room to space yourself. Or I designed the patio so that you can sit out there in your underwear if you want and not see another soul. So that's how private it is.
Except maybe somebody floating by on the river.
No, they don't care.
Yeah.
They might get a look at you.
There's always that, the guy with the binoculars. But, you're going to run into them anywhere you go.
All right. Colin Fryer, thanks a lot. I hope you stay well, and I will be down. It's redclifflodge.com, or call them 435-259-2002. Nice talking to you again. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. We'll keep the wine cold and the coffee hot. Come and see us.
Please do.
See you.
Please do. All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back. UtahAdvocates.com. You can talk to an attorney 24/7. Right now.
Sure. 3 in the morning?
For free.
You could be sitting on your little patio at the Red Cliffs Lodge and think, I really need to talk to an attorney about that accident I got in on the way down here. It's the advocates. They want you to know, if you've been in an accident and you think that you're not being treated fairly, call the advocates, 801-355-5550. You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no matter where you are. You'll get an attorney live on the phone, and you can discuss the case with that attorney, and they can probably make a determination as to whether they can help you or not just by the information on the phone. They know how to ask the right questions. So 801-355-5550, or if you're shy, embarrassed, and you don't want to talk on the phone, go to the chat feature on the website, utahadvocates.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, Ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehigh Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehigh.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskellion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Well, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Well, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Got an email from Suzanne, who wondered this: if it's Superman and Batman and Iron Man, why and Wolfman, why isn't it Invisible Man? It really should be the Invisible Man.
The Invisible Man.
Yeah.
Okay, from now on, I think we're all in agreement.
Sure.
A motion? Does the motion pass?
Yeah. So it's the Invisible Man. Yeah.
I
like
second it.
Okay.
She was just wondering.
I guess consistency is important. We've had consultants tell us that all the time.
And we have it should be Tyler the Trashman.
Trashman. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, we have to make sure we're consistent on these things, and that was an excellent question, and thanks for doing it. And she also wanted to know if we could plant a mole in the flash mob, the unmasked flash mob people.
That
Plant a mole.
Facebook group
and find out when they're going to show
they
up.
say when they're going to do it. They say every Thursday.
Yeah, but they make it they keep it kind of secret as to exactly what time and what store.
There are a couple of moles already in it, and they alert the stores that it's going to happen.
Oh,
she had thought that would be a good idea to meet them with fire extinguishers. Just start spraying them with fire extinguishers.
I like that.
Yeah. So glad we could clear those up.
I took Muhammad yesterday to get his 7th grade vaccines.
What disease is 7th grade? Vaccinate you against the 7th grade?
So there's a couple, when you're a baby, you get a bunch. And then the next time you really get a bunch is, when you're going into 7th grade. And he was all worried on the way there. He's like, how many am I going to have? And I couldn't remember how many it was. I said, it's less than 10.
Well, don't they just put them all in one?
No. So a lot of them are in one. So in one you get tetanus, diphtheria, and whooping cough. That's all in one.
Well, you got to get your dip tet.
You don't want to have diphtheria. Whew.
No, but this is the conversation we were having. How lucky are you that you live in a time and in a place
where there's coronavirus?
No, where I can take you to the doctor and we don't have to worry about you getting tetanus or diphtheria. I wasn't even sure what diphtheria was, but I looked it up. You don't want that.
Can't remember what it is, yeah.
You'd choke to death on your own phlegm.
Mosquitoes can spread that, right?
And whooping cough, which is also horrible.
Yeah.
Meningitis.
Whooping cough is actually, Gina, it's pertussis, please.
Pertussis. Meningitis is another one he got vaccinated for. And HPV, he got vaccinated for that. So technically he had 3 shots in his thighs, because that's where they do it, because his arms are this big.
What, did they hit the bone?
He's got no fat on him at all.
I know, that's why I asked.
But when we're talking about waiting for this vaccine for COVID, I look at all these things, and previously when he was littler, you get it for polio and you get it for the other. We're so lucky that these things. Look at all these things that we don't have to worry about anymore because we have.
Look at the rising cases of autism caused by those vaccines. Huh? What about that?
Look at our ability to diagnose autism better these days. That's
I watched the new Hannah Gadsby special.
Oh yeah.
Remember, she did Nanette. Now she has one called Douglas.
It's quite good.
Which is great, and she talks about she has autism, and she talks about autism and vaccines and what BS that is.
How she wished she hadn't been vaccinated so she wouldn't be autistic.
I got the sense she kind of likes being autistic.
And you get dementia from eating out of aluminum cookware. You know that, don't you? Right? Aluminum cookware. That's what causes dementia.
Is there a vaccine for that?
No.
Let's not forget about the 5G, what that's going to do to you.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
It just felt good in this time when we're talking a lot about vaccines to have a conversation with my son about, look at all these things you don't have to worry about because we have these available to us. And that will be the case with COVID too at some point.
Fine, but I don't want to get a shot.
Well, no one likes a shot. And I'm so full of it because the whole time we're going, I'm like, oh, it doesn't hurt that bad. And this isn't that big a deal. And I'm sitting there thinking, if someone told me I was going to get 4 shots in my thighs in 20 minutes, I would be freaking out.
Well, and I would tell them, yeah, it's going to hurt. But it's not going to be like, it's not going to hurt a lot. It's just going to be inconvenient and
it
sore for a bit.
Hurts less than diphtheria.
Yeah.
And this is always the point. Yes.
I had a blood draw last Friday, I think it was, and the guy who did it, the phlebotomist who did it, turned out was a friend of the program, he recognized me and said, "Oh, I'll get to you next, Bill Allred." It was very nice, and he was amazing. So phlebotomists are always pretty good, but some of them are better than others. Have you noticed that?
Oh, please.
And this guy, he just slipped that needle in there, and I went, "What? I didn't even feel that." That's you. I said, "That's the best poking I've had ever, I think." And he was very flattered. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, there are some that they make it just almost painless, but then.
I've had a couple of really bad ones too.
Where you're like, yes, could I have a towel to clean up the blood, please?
Would you quit poking around there? Would you? I couldn't find the vein.
But the larger issue I wanted to mention just quickly with that, just because everything's going on, don't forget to get your kids vaccinated for the other things. It's okay to go to the doctor and have your regular doctor appointment, and don't forget to do that.
Okay.
That's all I was saying.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's do the promo and crawl toward the exits.
We're nearly halfway through the 15th week of broadcasting from home. So why don't you stick with us for tomorrow's Radio from Hell show?
We've made it to Wednesday, which means Things That Must Go is happening at 6:45. And we know that you have more things that must go that you haven't told us about yet.
So send us your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. Then just after Boner Round 1 at 7:45, Dr. Cobble will be here to answer your health and COVID questions.
And at 9:30, state epidemiologist Angela Dunn will be here to talk with us about, the updates going on with COVID-19 and what's being done.
So you won't want to miss Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96 in the Navy.
All right. I think we good?
Let's see. We have a meeting at what time?
Is it 10:30?
Okay.
All right. Well, okay. Thank you, Katie. Fine job. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Crisco Butt.
Corey is next.